Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PCS1 Asia APAC Showdown. And we're going to be having our last final day of the tournament here. With me is the Hound, Nick Harris. I'm Play of the Jay, and we'll be bringing to you all of the remaining 5 matches here and see who is going to be crowned champion. We apologize that we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but hopefully we'll get this sorted out in just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at how our schedule is going to be looking out here, as we are, of course, going to be finishing things off here. And we are going to be having our final match here for APAC. In the meantime, of course, there are matches going on for the rest of the PCS1 as well. And this is going to see, for our side here, the top teams duking out from Thailand, Vietnam, Australia/New Zealand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So we'll be seeing how the story here is going to be ending amongst all of these teams and who's going to be challenging for the Global Championships 2020. And of course, there's still a lot at stake here, as we're going to be having $200,000 US dollars, in fact, which we're going to be seeing all the teams duking it out for. And of course, there is also going to be the in-game sales of the PCS1 skins. Now, 12.5% of that is going to be added to the pool. And on top of that, 12.5% of the revenue will also be shared equally amongst all participants. So this is an awesome endeavor here by the PUBG corporation side of things. And of course, all of these in-game sales, these are awesome skins that are really helping to support and grow all of the teams here in the scene. So we really thank them for them, and also all of you who have participated in this endeavor to contribute. And of course, we are going to be having our 4th and final day here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be seeing the likes of Miramar again feature quite heavily, 3 matches compared to the total 5. And of course, we will be finishing on Erangel, good old terra firma. And we're going to be also having our point system as same as always. Chicken dinner is going to be yielding a nice 10 points, but with 1 point per kill, that's definitely something that teams have to keep in mind, that it's not just going to be about placing. And again, if you just go for the kills, it's not necessarily going to yield you a whole bunch of benefits as well. And now moving on, we are going to be seeing the results here of the Pick'em Challenge. So everyone who bought a skin or managed to get a code during the course of the broadcast that we've been having last week and this week, you had a chance to vote for who you think is going to be winning in each of the PCS1 series, whether it's Asia, APAC, Europe, and North America. And for Asia, 51% of you think it's going to be Genji. APAC, everyone thinks it's going to be Q Confirm. And then from Europe, Team Liquid is currently in the lead with 78%. And from North America, everyone thinks that STK is going to be taking it here with the 88%.
And let's take a look at our regional top 5 for the PUBG Continental Series. It is very interesting indeed, as we are seeing Asia, Europe, APAC, as well as North America getting some really interesting numbers here in terms of the points. But looking at APAC, it is going to be Q Confirm, Miramar United, Golden Cats Fury, as well as Cerberus Esports are going up with the regional top 5. So it is going to be very interesting indeed. Looking at North America, Europe, as well as Asia, the numbers and points are relatively close. But in APAC, though, there is going to be quite a bit of a difference between Q Confirm, Miramar United, as well as Golden Cats. As we're going to be taking a look at our total leaderboard, it is going to be Q Confirm as well as Miramar United and Golden Cat that are going to be holding on towards the 3rd spot, the top 3 spots. Fury, Cerberus Esports, MSC Therathon, Maugi Esports, as well as Victim Rise are going to be making our top 8 for the day, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the bottom half, we're going to be seeing that Divine Esports, Gearbox, Daytrade Gaming, Team Astra, Bahamut Gaming, DIC Gaming, Carnage, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter will be making up the second half. And still quite a lot of places here can change, though, albeit there is going to be that a big lead that Q Confirm has managed to amass over the course of the first 15 rounds of this tournament, and really showing through with the kind of class that they're bringing to the APAC series.
And it is definitely going to be very interesting indeed as we take a look at these total leaderboards. It does go to show that a lot of our teams at the second, third, and fourth spots are going to be competing with one another for those top five for those top three spots. However, when we look lower into the bracket, the competition between themselves is relatively close. However, Q Confirm has been able to get a very comfortable lead amongst everyone else with a total of 41 points between themselves and the second spot. So it is going to be interesting. We did see them falter a little bit in day 3, but they were able to salvage with some really good Erangel games towards the final few stages of the game. Very conservative gameplay style, accordingly, for the Miramar matches compared to Erangel. Well, let's hope to see a little bit more improvement and a little bit more aggression coming in from Q Confirm as we head into day number 4 today, Jay.
Absolutely. And I think, they can't play too conservative. Otherwise, that's really going to push them out of their comfort zone. I mean, they're quite on the roll for days 1 and 2, and if they really try and stray too far away from that, then can't be helped. Though I don't think it was necessarily intentional, of course, what we saw 2 days ago, but they have to just be a little bit careful. Now, the pack which is chasing them at the moment, all the way up to 5th or 6th place, now they all have a chance, but they have to really come out the gates blazing here if they really want to try and catch up to them. It's only 41 points lead currently over the next highest team. So that's something that the other teams, basically they have to get 2 standard wins, meaning like getting double-digit kills and whatnot. It's not insurmountable, and we've seen these kind of pushes before in this kind of competition. But we've also seen teams capitulate quite substantially as well, and they have to just be a little bit cautious.
And I totally agree with you on that, Jay, mainly because that we did see teams like Q Confirm play very, very cautiously as they were heading into it. And if they play with too much caution, that could actually stifle their lead by quite a bit, because we are seeing more and more of these teams actually close the gap between themselves. We do see some of the lower half of the bracket actually play a little bit more aggressively compared to the upper half of the bracket. We do see that some teams are more concerned about getting themselves substantial leads compared to playing a very risky gameplay tactic, which I feel is a strategy all on its own. However, it could bite themselves in the foot, mainly because of how close some of these matchups are and in terms of the points are. So, Jay, what are the things that we are looking forward to for day number 4 today? It is going to be 3 rounds of Miramar before we go into 2 rounds of Erangel. Are we going to be seeing the same type of tactics as well as patterns that we observed in day number 3 today?
I think we're going to see some of the similarities there in terms of teams which have got nothing much to lose here, except for getting a little bit more bragging rights. They're going to play with a bit more reckless abandon and feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes to these kind of fights. And as for the chasing pack up to places 5 or 6, we can probably see all of these teams fancy their chances whenever they see Q Confirm in the kill feed near, and they happen to be in the vicinity. So there are a lot of teams that are looking to take them down, and it's not just the chasing pack. Of course, there will be those who just want to, say like, hey, I took down the eventual champions for the PCS1 APAC. So we can likely see that Q Confirm have got quite the target on their back here, and they're going to have to really pull through with a lot of that grit if they want to try and emerge victorious here.
Now, one thing I want to highlight is the fact that the regional top 5s were very revealing indeed, showing that regional top 5s have a little bit more closeness in terms of their points compared to the APAC region, with Q Confirm having the more dominant lead. Do you feel that this translates into a more dominant gameplay that Q Confirm, as well as consistency that they have been able to adopt? And how does that weigh in against some of the other regions?
Now, if we compare that kind of spread of results and points differential with the different regions, now, I think something that we talked about, especially on day 3 of the competition, was that Q Confirm, well, they have been reasonably consistent, to be able to be where they are. I mean, they have been the only team to be reasonably consistent. Usually when we see competition at this level, and it's apparent as well when you look at the kind of results from the rest of the regions, it's not usually the case that everyone is inconsistent, and as a result there's only going to be like one emerging front runner for the pack here. And I think when we look at North America, STK and Wildcard both having equal points, and 198 at that. We're having the likes of Asia and Europe also only just a few points in between them, and big names following up there. Now these are rosters which have been like really solid for the longest part. Now if we look at PCS1 for APAC, we know that some of the teams here are going to be relatively new. The big guns of the past are either not here or they have not really performed and turned up. So I don't think it's so much that maybe the other regions are going to be like more competitive per se, but definitely here at APAC for PCS1 we have definitely seen a little bit more consistency from Q Confirm compared to the rest, and that's kind of hurt the rest of the team's chances, even though they have the quality and the tactics and the skill necessary to be able to overcome them on any other day.
And that's the thing. I feel that Q Confirm has been reliant on their consistency as well as their experience. They seem to be a little bit more faster when it comes to some of these rotations. However, we did see them falter when they want to take some of these long rotations and are picked off by third parties as well, which I feel is the dynamics of the game, actually. And with the amount of information that they were able to gather, Q Confirm were able to turn some rather detrimental situations in their favor. And I feel that that definitely plays a part into it as well. We do see some of the members of the APAC region play rather conservatively towards the early stages of the game and move into a more aggressive fight whenever the circle gets really, really populated. And that really plays into regards as to where they drop within that particular within the first few stages of the game, as well as the stage of play that is currently underway for a lot of these players. I do believe that some of these players as well have been able to basically turn up the heat. We do see members like Fury Australia, as well as members of MSC Terrathon, that were able to basically be spoilers for a lot of these teams. But what is interesting to note is some teams from Indonesia as well, like Victim Rise, for example, have been turning it up as well. And I feel that there could be a possibility for them to actually climb up a little bit higher. Bahamut Gaming has been rather hot and cold thus far. We do hope to see a little bit more Filipino spiciness as the days progresses. However, we are coming closer and closer towards a close towards this series. So is it too late for some of these lower tier teams to actually catch up, or do you still think that they are still within play?
Well, I think if you look at it, day number 3, we did see that was a kind of the day of a lot of the teams really picking themselves up, and they were languishing in the bottom half of the table, had managed to assault the top half as well. Now, there are a few examples here. Victim Rise, as you mentioned, is definitely one of them. They had 2 chicken dinners 2 days ago, and they were able to haul themselves from second last to challenge in the top half. They are in 8th position at the moment. We saw Fury Australia also have a great day number 3. They also are going to be competing right at the very top of the table with the 99 points. So it's going to be looking to be pretty exciting here, as these teams might be looking to continue their momentum. And for our first flight path of the day, we're going to be seeing the plane go all the way from El Pozo down towards that southeastern side. And we're going to see how these teams want to try and adjust. Nick, who do you think from the chasing pack has the best chance at catching Q Confirm? And are they going to really turn up here straight away from game number 1?
I do believe that teams such as Bahamut Gaming, as well as Fury, have been able to score a relative high amount of points for Miramar. And this could be a possibility for them to basically catch up against the favorites to win the entire APAC region. We have seen teams basically come from behind and score some massive wins against some of the top tier some of the more dominant teams that have been able to hold that first spot. I do believe that members of Q Confirm right now may actually play a little bit more aggressively in terms of how they are going to be rotating. And I do believe that the adjustment that has been made for Fury may actually consider them to be a dark horse for this entire tournament. However, it is not just a Miramar that they're going to be competing on. It is going to be on Erangel as well. So it is really important for a team like Fury Australia to basically push the limits when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to their commitment towards getting some eliminations. And I feel that Fury Australia, with the amount of points that they get, within these next 3 matches is going to be very determinant as to whether or not they will be able to close the gap between themselves and Q Confirm, because we still have a few more days left in terms of the entire PCS1 APAC region tournament, and I feel that there is a possibility for some of these teams to play spoiler. But a lot of things, like I said last week, or like I said a few days before, it's all about making sure that the planets are aligned. Members of Q Confirm have got to be eliminated really early on for the next few matches in order for them to be knocked down by quite a bit, because if they do score a few points and they lose out in terms of the placement points, I think if it's 13th and below, 13th place or 12th place and below, that could actually stifle a little bit of their progress. And I do believe that members of Miramar United, as well as Golden Cats as well, have a lot of opportunity to score quite a bit of kills as well as placements here, but it all depends on the early game rotations as well as where they are placed relevant to enemy teams, because we see in Miramar there is quite a bit of punishment towards coming into the circle, whereas when you see Erangel, because of the size of the map, a lot of these punishments come from rotational kills or trying to push in, and we do see teams such as Q Confirm do that relatively well. Now let's take a look at the kill proportion here. Q Confirm is going to be ahead with Joman leading charge with 34%, Noadra from last week with 39%, Ronan with 34% from Fury, and from Divine is going to be Namsi. So these are very good numbers here in terms of how they are aggregating themselves in terms of the kills. However, we would like to see a little bit more numbers be pushed up for the side of teams such as Fury, such as Miramar United, because whenever these members are taken down for the count, there seems to be, whenever these members are relegated towards being pushed back into the lobby, we see them actually falter a little bit due to the numbers disadvantage that they face. Miramar United has been rather consistent as well. Fury also has a big possibility to score up higher and higher within this next few days, but we shall have to wait and see how some of these places are going to be moving into play.
Yeah, well, these teams have to really get the proper performances all today here, though. Only 5 more rounds left in this one, and these teams are going to have to try and really put in quite the shift if they want to try and accomplish that. Fury, as you mentioned, definitely going to be one of those that will be fancying their chances. Now, they have got some good positioning already based on the first zone of the game. It is going to be all the way on the southern side. Now, everyone did drop out relatively early, so they're going to be having the ability to dictate pace here, but looking like shots here are going to be unloading towards Golden Cat. Tino are going to be able to get away with only just 1 tag. And now he's going to be able to get a little bit more distance. There's not going to be any more of the members here from Day Trade, so they're going to be in with a decent shot here. So unfortunately, it seems the audio is a little bit on the low side. We're trying to see what we can do about that here, so we apologize for those technical difficulties here. But Joman, he's going to be on the rotation here for nice and early for Q Confirm. Let's see if he can try and secure a little bit ahead of them. Noradra now, he's been really carrying Buriram United. I think we did see him really take it all on his own back there in day number 3. But yeah, Buriram is still going to be quite a bit off the pace here. 41 points before they can really contend with the likes of Q Confirm.
And I totally agree with that. However, we have seen teams have back-to-back games where they eliminated really early on. And considering how Q Confirm have been moving within the circle or with outside of the circle, they are relatively safe towards the later stages of the game. But looking at the size of Miramar, this could be rather conducive towards getting a high amount of eliminations towards phases 3 and 4. That I feel is when most of the fights are going to be popping off. For the most part, we do see a little bit of skirmishes here, like for example with DIC Gaming, may take some shots against members of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, and they may actually just try to either get some of these eliminations early on and try to put some of these teams on a numbers deficit, or at least get as much information as they can in terms of their rotations and their positioning relative to where they are in this map. We do see members of Bahamut Gaming taking fire against members of Divine Esports, and none of these shots will be connecting or punishing members of Divine, but we do see some members actually taking a little bit of damage here as they are going to be able to move into a better spot. We do see JS right now may actually try their best to try his best to score some early points for his team. However, to no avail. No members are going to be knocked down. He has an SLR as well as a 4x scope, which does give him an opportunity to take some of his long range shots. However, none of them are going to ring true towards members. But Turtle, however, could be in a little bit of danger here if he isn't careful. But judging from where he's going to be stopping, JS will be able to get a little bit of damage across, but it isn't going to be that punishing towards him. Just another boost away from getting back into full health.
Yeah, but he is going to absolutely almost destroy his Murado, so he's going to have to find some other means of transport, especially that want to still keep the risk relatively low by all having separate vehicles. Narada are going to be continuing onwards there, as we're seeing that the likes of Cucumber, they're definitely not hiding away from taking a lot of these shots and drawing attention to themselves. They look as though that they're brimming with confidence at the moment, and let's see if they can, of course, continue with that. Buriram, they have been able to take a lot of these good engagements, but I would fancy their chances if they were to take it against Q-Confirm. But I think Q-Confirm, what's happened really well for them is the level of coordination and applying themselves to particular situations and taking these ideal team fights that is going to greatly benefit them and not being overly aggressive. Now, like before the whole tournament started, when we did manage to see some of the scrims, we saw the likes of Cerberus really able to come out guns blazing on occasion and just eliminate the entire server. But it's just their ability to do that all the time and have the right decision making, approaching the opponent. That's always been quite the killer for them. Carnage here taking quite a few hits. It's going to be DIT Gaming actually going to get some karma straight back at them in the form of the rest of the Carnage players. JJ Leo also trying to weigh in on this battle, as we're going to see phase number 2 reveal itself.
Very interesting a circle indeed, as phase number 2, as you have brilliantly said, has revealed itself, with Picado and Los Leones being within the circle, as well as La Bendita. As we do see, there is going to be quite a high number of the server population that is going to be within the circle. We do see that there could be a possibility of a very interesting final few circles, because we have seen it time and time again that the populated server, the populated circle is rather interesting in terms of back-to-back fights. We do see a lot of skirmishes, and we do see a lot of these teams actually be taken out by third parties. Namsi right now being able to take kill credits onto the side of Carnage's Reign, with Levi's helping him knock him down. We do see that members of Carnage already losing one member, as well as members of Bahamut Gaming are losing one as well. Two players already eliminated very early on within the 10-minute mark. Rather predictable in terms of the pacing of the game. Nothing to indicate a faster style or a faster pace of gameplay, but we have seen time and time again where the kill feed is just full of names that just pop out non-stop, mainly because of those final few, mainly because of that third to fourth phase, where a lot of teams are getting a little sense of urgency to push into those circles, and we do see that it creates a rather interesting gatekeeping opportunity for some of these teams to score some cheeky kills.
Absolutely, and that's typically why we tend to see a lot of teams, if they have the opportunity, they're definitely going to be piling in towards the center, as they want to be the gatekeeper and not gatekeep. But now we're seeing that Astra here, it's got 2 members, but they got all of Divine Esports on their doorstep, not able to spot them out until the last moment there, but Lixie will be able to catch them finally. Namsi is going to be moving in here together with Nikki. See if they're going to be able to get their team member up. Lixie is going to go down straight away here, but it is also going to see Turtle getting taken down as Soymate is moving in to try and help what he can do. but there's going to be Nico's up on the high ground here. Now, Zoidmate is trying to bolster around the doorway here, but looks like Astra is going to clean house, and looks like Divine Esports is going to be the first team that's eliminated, and looks like Astra is also going to be able to get up one of their members, but they will, of course, be down to 3. But I think considering the situation there, where it was a 2-on-4, they have done massively well for themselves, and the Vietnamese powerhouse of Divine, they just haven't shown up here at PCS1, and I think that kind of sums it up here for all the days that we've seen them play thus far.
And I totally agree with you on that, Jay, mainly because of how Astra were able to hold on towards that position. Divine tried to push in a little bit more than they could chew, and Astra showed that they aren't going to go down quietly, despite the fact that they did lose one member. It isn't going to be too detrimental in terms of their numbers. Will be able to score 4 kills in total for themselves with a beautiful annihilation of a Divine, relegating them towards the waiting screen. But we are going to be watching onto the side of Carnage right now with 3 members in total, with losing 1 member thus far pretty early on. It does goes to show that they are able to sustain. I mean, 3 members within the team is still relatively workable. However, it isn't going to be, it does limit you in terms of your movement, in terms of being able to score, to create flanking opportunities. But considering how information is key to winning some of these games, sometimes teams are not well aware of the total numbers that you possess, and it is definitely something to take into consideration, especially towards stages of the game where there are still a high amount of player population within the server. As we do see that phase number 3 has revealed itself, we are 30 seconds away before phase number 4 is about to reveal itself, and phase number 3 is going to be closing in, thus creating a sense of urgency for some of these teams. Fury Australia right now with 4 members in full, but does not have any kill elimination thus far, could actually benefit from creating some gatekeeping opportunities for themselves. DIC Gaming are looking towards getting into a better position, but they have to be careful that they don't get spotted out by members of Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, with this phase number 3 moving all the way to this eastern side, we're going to have quite the migration of teams on the west, all trying to get in, but it looks like DIC Gaming is going to have JJ Leo caught out in the open in no man's land. Flash is going to be able to take him down, and that's surely going to be a point on the board there for the Thai team. But Métis is going to get traded back, but it's actually going to be from Nikos here, and the third-party action is going to be to the detriment of them. But now 74L1 is also running the gauntlet here, and he's going to be taking quite a disabled vehicle here right to the limits, but there's going to still be a little bit of caution that he must have for this particular circumstances, as Tonke and the rest of the Golden Cats, they're moving in quite late here, and they're definitely planning not to try and have that central position, but really going to have to approach very carefully from the outside, as definitely everyone in this server here would love to be the gatekeeper, as MSC Therathon, they could be that in the case of the likes of Cerberus, who are going to be moving in on this northwestern side.
Probability for MSC Therathon to actually gatekeep and put a damper into the progress of Cerberus could be in their menu or in their thoughts here, as Cerberus are going to be pushing up towards the location of MSC Therathon. They might actually take a long way here, but it does seem to be that this is going to be Astra Zoidmate right now being able to take the Puchus and will be able to create that rather interesting kill there. But it does it does communicate towards members of Daytrade that members of Astra are nearby. Victim Rise has an opportunity to gatekeep quite a number of people. However, will they be able to sustain and maintain the flanks is yet to be seen. Carnage right now taking some of these beautiful shots with the SLR-B2 right now looking towards stinging like a bee and floating with some beautiful shots, but will not be able to take any, will not be able to incur any damage, any game-ending damage towards his targets. However, we do see that the final few, that the second circle that has been, the fourth circle that has revealed itself is going to be towards La Bendita, and a lot of defilade as well as verticality that could come into play as the game progresses, Jay. A lot of opportunities for some teams to flank as well as gatekeep one another as we head into phase 5 of the game.
Quite right, and we're seeing a lot of trouble here for Cerberus. They only have 2 players up. Basil is going to be hopefully rescued here by Smell, but the nade is coming in, goes right over the top. Not going to be able to seal the deal there as Carnage currently holding out in this compound. They are just making life an absolute nightmare for the Vietnamese team. But all 3, we are seeing that the like Astra is under pressure. It's going to be Kamal's and Victim Rise is going to be able to get some points there. And in terms of the gatekeeping, we did see that both Fury Australia and Q Confirm continue to have good positioning that could really put a big dampener onto all of these teams trying to get in. And we're still seeing Golden Cat hugging the edge of the zone here, trying to get in. And looks like Zoidmate, he's not going to be able to sustain along anymore here for Astra. They were taking quite a lot of fights successfully, but unfortunately that's one too many. And now Buriram United, they are going to have the likes of Gearbox on their doorstep, and they could get some gatekeeping opportunities to go their way.
I do like the fact that Gearbox right now are spreading it out relatively well, giving in a little bit of vertical sidelines from the side of Y8. We do see Beodora as well as Jen and Chin pushing up to members of Buriram United. If members of Buriram United get eliminated here, it could push them lower and lower down the rankings pretty early on, because there are still 14 teams. And we do see that Cerberus Esports has been eliminated at 14th spot, which is going to be pushing them lower and lower within the entire leaderboards here, considering that teams such as MSC as well as Victim Rise are still in competition. So could be a big potential for the side of Victim Rise to show up today and get themselves better positioning overall in the match leaderboards. However, we do see that Jayers as well as Gems in this bit and the rest of Q Confirm may push off. Members of Fury inside, members of Fury right now being able to get that kill onto CMY15G. Inside right now, tossing that nade off, and it could be a little bit interesting. Oh, beautifully done by Yukika Mukao to take down Chi with a beautiful underhand nade toss there. Another Molly to come up to deny as much positioning as he can, and it seems that it is going to be very interesting indeed, as Simoy as well as Chi are in a very, very precarious spot. Members such as Genforce as well as Kamals may actually bail out on this, and it seems that the possibility for them to close out onto members here could be interesting, as we do see Day Trade is going to be the next team to be eliminated at 13th spot. 12 teams, 40 players on the map. We do see the other Indonesian team right now pushing into the circle, but members of Carnage may actually gatekeep amongst them. Kamals and Genforce right now from the side of Victim Rise being pinned against against the cover that they have so chosen. However, they have to be very careful because enfilade fire could come towards them. The defilade is good for them in terms of the natural cover, but nades could actually penetrate the defilade that they have so chosen to hold on to. Smokes have been popped, the amount of utilities pushed in, and Carnage has been the next team to be eliminated at 12th spot, as we see DIC Gaming putting in some enfilade fire onto the chosen targets of Fury.
Fury is trying to do whatever that they can to try and gatekeep, but they got 3 teams to worry about: Eagle Sentinel Shooter, DIC Gaming, and also the likes of Victim Rise, who have not quite managed to get the revenge that they seek, as of course they did lose 2 of their members to Insight, who's now trying to finally get his teammate up, but actually Pika Mukao trying to get up Insight, sorry, but looks like Kamal's going in for the plays here. He's going to be swapping the seats there to try and get into a little bit of better cover. He's going to be using that vehicle expertly in this case, but he's going to only have 1 exit now. Does look like Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They're going to finally expire here after taking the damage there in Blue Zone, but Tonke is going to be able to land 1 crack grenade right on top of Beodora, and that is going to be it for him. Maoki Esports under a lot of pressure. Yoshi Minburi going to pick up a couple of knocks in quick fashion here, and Ilonix is going to be actually traded back, as they're going to start pushing together there on that northern side. But now Kamals, he's going to be absolutely destroyed because he is the last surviving team member here from Victim Rise, and Kiko Mukao and Insight just trying to heal up ever so much, as they've been under so much pressure up to now. DIC Gaming looks like they're going for the big airtime plays here, but they're going to get picked off by Ron, and he's going to pick up the double there, and that is going to be an excellent play there coming out from the Fury Australia player, and looks like Noradra is also going to turn this into a shooting gallery at the expense of MSC Theathon.
And we do see MSC Theraton suffering quite a bit of damage here in this, but it seems that MSC will be able to get quite a bit for themselves with eliminating Maugi, but it's going to be next in line for Victimize as they're going to be relegated to the lobby. Beautifully done from the side of Fury. As we have said time and time again, Fury have been able to adjust themselves heading into day number 4 for the Miramar matches. It definitely shows that it is one of the powerhouses for themselves, and it is going to be very interesting to see that Buriram United feel the pressure is building up against them in terms of the overall points, because Fury right now has been able to overtake members of Golden Cat despite the fact that it is only by 2 points. Fury right now is going to be holding on towards that 3rd spot for now, with 4 members in total for the top 3 teams of Q Confirm, Buriram United as well as Fury. It does go to show that sustainability as well as a numbers advantage are going to be in favor for the top 3 teams. We do see more and more of these teams now getting eliminated pretty early on. 7 teams with 21, with 20 members back into the game here. So it is a very interesting spot with Q Confirm again getting the best of the coin flip, working for themselves, holding on towards his position, and may include themselves in terms of hard cover because the amount of defilade that they have and the opportunity for the wait. We do see that members of Gearbox, Jen right now, taking in a little bit of damage as Golden Cat looking towards showing their claws to try to eliminate one last member as Gearbox is going to be relegated towards the lobby. It is going to be a 6-man fight with only the top 5 here fighting amongst each other, with Bahamut Gaming, the only standout from the Philippines, holding on from the 30th spot from the lower half of the brackets.
Yeah, and we're going to see quite a bit of ferocity here as we do have 5 of the top 6 here all going to be colliding together here. But Janku, he's going to be all by himself here for MSC Theraton, and he's got the entirety of Buriram United. Currently, Buriram, they have managed to get 4 kills already here in this game, but Q Confirm currently is doing quite a number on the competition. They're currently leading the way in the kills department with 7 so far here in this game, but I do feel that, actually, I think the likes of Fury have got a little bit more going. They got 8 kills so far, so they're really chasing this, but look at all the floor here. Going to be completely on fire as Janku is just trying to survive, but look at how much utility that the Buriram players are going to be having as wow, I think just given the pure line of sight blockage here from Janku has really done quite the job, but the likes of Buriram, they're not going to let this slide too much. They want to kind of finish this fight off as fast as they can because they just don't want to get tangled moving into the zone later on, as already the likes of Q Confirm, they've got Lady Luck on their side for the first match of the day. They're going to be looking to gatekeep, but now Janku trying to see, can he go and take the initiative here? He's not going to be able to see anything, and Godmeow is going to be able to finish him off there with only a fraction of HP left remaining.
Now we do see members, it is going to be a fight between the top 4 of Q Confirm, Buriram United, Fury, as well as Golden Cat, as well as one standout here for the side of 30th spot, Bahamut Gaming, that could actually put themselves in a very interesting position as they are going to be trying to take down members here. Fury right now, Yukika Mukau being able to take down Gems, as we do see a little bit of disadvantages coming in for the side of Q Confirm, being rather realized in this particular situation, as we do see that it is going to be Golden Cat as well that could sandwich members of the side of Fury. Fury right now taking in a little bit of damage from the side of Moxonus, but Moxonus will not be able to punish him to a point where it is going to be detrimental for the side of Golden Cat. Golden Cat right now looking towards pushing towards members of Fury, but it seems that the defilade is going to be working in favor for the side of Fury. 7 confirmed kills for the side of Fury as they are going to be pushing into the circle. It is going to be rather conducive. It is going to be rather challenging for them to push into it, mainly because of Q Confirm and the amount of cover that they have to work with. We do see members of Golden Cat right now may actually mark out members of Fury, which makes their advance rather impossible. But we do see that, oh no, Maxonus right now taking in a little bit of advantages here towards taking down Insight, not being able to get the Insight from the side of Maxonus, taken down for the count. Joman, Svit, as well as Jay is right now may actually fight off against Jokesy. Jokesy looking towards getting closed down, but no, Svit trying his best, but Jokesy has been put down to the ground. Jonan will be able to get the trade onto Jayas, and Svit will be able to get the kill onto the side of Jokesy. Ikikamuka will be able to get the confirm as well. 8 kills in their favor. Q Confirm as well as Fury. Numbers advantage are going to be even for both of them, but Buriram United being able to score 4 members in total for them, so a numbers advantage is going to be for them. I do believe that the speed at which Miramar United may actually attack and push into this situation may actually benefit them. However, we did see Q Confirm be able to sustain as well as work a win with less numbers.
Yeah, so Q Confirm and Fury Australia, after their initial exchanges here, are going to be reduced down to 2 players each on each side here, but they're going to be taking opposite ends of the compound for the time being. Q Confirm, though, I would say that currently they are going to be in a bit more of a precarious spot. They got the likes of Golden Cat there, but it's going to be Sped who's going to be able to strike first. Tonke is going to go down straight away, and now Six-Act and Maxonas have to try and react. It looks like Joe-Man, he will be taken down, but there's still going to be quite a bit of pressure. The nades are starting to fly out. Don't think that there's going to be all that much they can do for his teammate here in the case of Spit. And now Bamu Kimi does have Shin Ryuji left here, but he's taking quite a bit of damage as Buriram is going to be overloading on this side. They're going to be finishing off the Filipino squad. And now the likes of Fury Australia, they're going to have to try and push a little bit themselves. They're going to see if they can reprise their aggression here against the likes of Q Confirm, who only has Spit left here in this game, as right now phase number 8 of the zone will be showing up here, and looks like this compound is still going to be featuring right until the very end. Ronan going to be pushing a little bit further forward as he tries to get a little bit more information as to the whereabouts of Spit, but he's already gone into Sam Fisher mode, so to speak, as he's going to just be taking up a bit more. But the likes of Golden Cat, they are moving in here. They might want to try and clear out this whole side here before they decide to see about the likes of Buriram United and see if they can finish them off, who are currently really spread out on that northern side.
And we look at the side of Q Confirm right now. Svit trying his best to sustain himself. However, it is going to be rather interesting that the running joke for the side of Q Confirm has not been running through for them, as Svit is going to be the last surviving member. Not the same as it was for day number 3, as Svit is going to be that final hope for the side of Q Confirm to score that chicken dinner. But it seems that 4 members of Buriram United, as well as 2 members of Fury and 3 members of Golden Cat stand in his way. Big chances for the side of Buriram United, mainly because of the numbers advantage for them to get that chicken dinner. However, standing in their way is going to be Fury as well as Golden Cat and Q Confirm. Q Confirm right now, Svit trying to play his best and work with whatever disadvantages that he has, trying to salvage a rather painful situation here, but it seems that some sprays are going to go towards him, as we do see members of Golden Cat right now marking him down for the count, as we do see Ronan as well as Yikika Mukau may actually run into him. Could be very interesting indeed, as Svit will be taken off with the count. Ronan will be able to send Svit into the lobby. 3 teams fighting off against one another. Buriram United, Golden Cat, as well as Fury for the final few circles.
And this could be very telling for who wants it more, who wants to try and catch up to the likes of Q Confirm. All 3 of these teams here are in hot pursuit of that top position, and this could be their chance to close the distance. But of course, Q Confirm doing well for themselves to get this far, collecting kills along the way. But now it is going to be the business end here for match number 1. Phase number 9 is starting to collapse, and that's going to see all of these teams forced out from the compound. The likes of Fury Australia and Golden Cat, they're going to be at the mercy of the angle set up here by Buriram United. Look at them. They're all spread out across the field. Maxone is already going to be snaking through and see if he can get into a little bit of a better position, but Kanaxi, he's just going to be a little bit on flank watch here. He just wants to make sure that the rest of his team members, they're going to have as much freedom as possible to watch that northern side of the compound. They want to try and catch them as they're going to be vacating the premises. But Kika Mukau, he's going to start tossing out utility here and see if he can pave his way. And look at the number of smokes. This is definitely do or die time. Maxonis is going to get caught out here as the 2 flank watches there is going to see who is going to rise to the top. And that's going to be Kanaxi. He's going to see, can he pick up some more? He's got the entirety of Golden Cat starting to move out from the building, and Fury Australia following close behind.
And it's going to be very revealing indeed to see these top 3 teams actually fight off against one another. We might actually see a change in terms of positioning here, really dependent on the amount of placement points as well. Golden Cats are eliminated from this game at second spot. It is going to be a fight between Fury as well, but it's going to be interesting to see how members of Fury are going to be fighting off. Yukika Mukau is going to be the last one here, being able to get that last one, but it's not going to be enough, as Buriram United Esports will be able to get that kill with 11 points in total for their nice little win, and 10 points as well for that chicken dinner win for them. So I do believe that it is going to be quite an interesting matchup here, as we did see that Q Confirm was relegated towards, I think, the top 6 or top 7 spot, or maybe lower when they were eliminated. We'll have to see what the tabulation of points have to tell and reveal to us, Jay.
Yes, absolutely. But the scores are ready, ladies and gentlemen. So let's not keep ourselves in suspense any longer. 21 points there for Buriram United. An excellent finish there, as they're going to be able to clean house in that top 4 situation, where we did see both Buriram United, Fury Australia, Q Confirm, and Golden Cat all there right at the end. But they were going to be able to stamp their authority on the rest of the game. Q Confirm did go out in the 4th position, but with the 6 kills, they are going to be tied there with Golden Cat for the match results. Fury Australia doing excellently, the only other team besides Buriram United to get double-digit kills, and they're going to be getting 16 points for their trouble. So looking at this, we're going to be seeing that the lead is going to be cut a little bit here, but we'll see how the final standings, or rather the overall standings, look in a bit. MSC Theathon, they are going to be able to get 6 points. Astra with 5, Carnage with 4, and Day Trade Gaming with 4 themselves.
Now, looking at the lower half of the match leaderboard, it's going to be Bahamut Gaming with 4, Divine Esports with 2, Victim Rise with 2, DIC Gaming, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, as well as Maugi and Gearbox will be able to score 1 each in total, with Cerberus Esports scoring no points at all, which is going to push them lower and lower down the overall leaderboard. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and see what changes have been made thus far. It's going to be Q Confirm still holding on to the top spot, but we do see Buriram United now. It was about 44 points difference between Q Confirm and Buriram United. Now those points are down to only 30, which I feel could be beneficial for Buriram United if they perform really well in the next few games. Fury Australia as well, being able to secure 3rd spot away from Golden Cat. Cerberus Esports is still maintaining that 5th spot. However, we do see that the possibility of them going lower and lower could be a possibility if they keep getting eliminated early on. MSC Theathon, Maugi Esports, as well as Victim Rise make up our top 8 of the total leaderboard. Looking at our lower 8s here, it is going to be Divine Esports, Day Trade Gaming, Gearbox, Astra, Bahamut Gaming, DIC Gaming, Carnage, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter to make up our total 16 teams for the total leaderboards of Day 4 and of Match 1.
And let's take a look at the top damage dealers there in match number 1. Ronan contributing 564. Spit is going to be weighing in with the 487 as that lone surviving member of Q Confirm right to the end. Kikamuka, we've been seeing him involved in altercations throughout the match there. He's going to be getting 463 points himself. Sixtax is going to be able to contribute 451. And Noradra, usually we see him with the 4 digits, but he's only going to be having that 437 here. But still, definitely something that the likes of Buriram United can be absolutely thrilled about, as they managed to cut the lead from 41 points down to just 30.
Well, we're going to have to wait to find out and see whether or not those leads are going to be closed. Whether the gap between the leader as well as the one trailing behind at 2nd and 3rd spot are going to be closer and closer or further apart, as we are going to take a short little break before we go into match number 2. For those of you guys who just joined us, stay tuned for more action at the PUBG Continental Series 1 APAC region. We'll see you in a bit.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic 4-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your chute. Finally, the esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new.
안녕하세요. 大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG eSport fans.
Hi PUBG eSports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG eSports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS1 Đông Á Châu Chi赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
World Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
It's coming soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the PUBG Continental Series 1 APAC. Day number 4, match number 2 is about to head underway. And the Hound alongside with me is going to be Play of the Jay, breaking down all of the long-range shots and near-range sprays for all the teams within the Southeast Asia as well as the Asia-Pacific region. What has been a very interesting and competitive matchup for that for that previous matchup. It was a battle between the top 3 spots for those final few circles, as well as one team from the lower half of the bracket to be able to sustain themselves in the form of Bahamut Gaming. But unfortunately, for the side of Bahamut Gaming, they were going to be eliminated into those final few circles, and Miramar United will be able to walk away the winners from match number 1. Match number 2 may be a lot more revealing as we head into it relatively soon. So, Jay, what were the stray observations for you, and what were some of the adjustments that were made by some of these teams from day number 3 heading into day number 4?
Well, we definitely saw in the first match of the day that it does look like it is a real finals day here, as of course all of the top contenders all going to sustain until the later stages. And I think, you know, they've managed to change a few things of their gameplay to make sure that they have a little bit more crisp timings in terms of their rotation so that they can get into these spots and have a little bit more coordination as they apply themselves in terms of their overall tactics and trying to take the fights to their overall opponents. And I think they've just been able to show a little bit more tenacity than we've seen from them in previous days. Fury Australia, we've probably just seen a bit more of what we did manage to get from them in day number 3 as well. So they are definitely keeping things hot here for themselves as they're going to be moving on into day number 4 and the final day of the competition in quite some style. So of course, Miramar United, they're going to be the ones who really nice and hot here at the moment. They cut down the lead by 11 points. So they're going to be pleased with their progress right now. And they know they got nothing to lose here by really just continuing to push forward. But again, it's not going to be with reckless abandon necessarily, as they took a very measured approach. They knew exactly how they wanted to close out the things in the previous game, as they knew all the teams in some way or form were going to be positioned around the warehouse. They just needed to cover all the angles and they were going to be fine. And look at Miramar United's position here in this first circle, which is already going to be, this is pretty much as a little playing area as you can get for a first circle when it comes to Miramar. So everyone else is probably going to be a little bit off their timings in terms of rotations, and we're going to have to see them move quite fast here if they want to try and take into account of this arduous factor.
Now let's take a look at the damage ranking here. Noadra is still going to be leading with 5,701 total damage that has been incurred towards his towards the enemies. We do see that Joman Jayas as well as Gems were able to score at least 4.9k high in terms of the damage rankings, as well as Svitz hanging out at 6. Ronan as well making his appearance at 5th spot for the damage rankings. Very revealing indeed to show why members of Q Confirm were able to score such a high lead. The damage ranking numbers are definitely revealing and indicative towards Q Confirm and their aggression and their ability to do a ton of damage, especially towards those mid stages of the game and catching up members with their hands in the cookie jars. We do see that we are going to be falling from the side of Q Confirm right now, pretty close towards La Bendita, and I believe it is going to be the northwest side of the La Bendita crater where they are going to be looting out pretty early on. We do see that Cerberus Esports has changed up from Valle del Mar, where their last spot was, to a new spot of small scale looting near El Pozo, which is going to be rather interesting in terms of their utilities as well as their ability to dish out firepower down range. So this could be rather indicative of them moving into a better location, getting as much loot as they can to basically create utilities, as well as to basically be able to score more utilities, as well as healing capabilities for themselves to sustain towards the later stages of the game. We do see Smell right now moving very fast on to this road, but we do see that they are going to be rather split off against from one another, with Joman right now is going to be within our view, pretty much close towards Minas Generales, and could be entering into the circle. We do see that a lot of the server population is going to be outside the circle, with members of Buram United going to be enjoying coastal advantages here. The fact that they don't have to worry about backstabbing backstabbing potential from enemy players.
Yeah, but of course that coastal road is going to be a little bit treacherous in a short moment of time, because every team is pretty much going to be looking to see if that is going to be a viable rotation avenue, as of course there's going to be a lot of the spaces which normally would be available to teams for a regular circle to be able to get inside. But this is going to be a little bit restrictive. We saw the likes of Cerberus, they're already on the move. Now, they did drop on that western side in the surrounding regions of El Pozo, but one of the benefits of that is, as you can see, they are able to use that rotational highway, and they're already here by Valle del Mar already, as they don't have to worry a whole lot. Ahead of them, though, is going to be the likes of Golden Cat. They're also having that same mindset that they do want to try and get ahead of the pack here. Eagle Sentinel Shooter will be moving as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the likes of Buriram United is going to be setting up here. Now, they have got the positional advantage straight off the get-go, so it's how they want to try and approach this. As, let's not forget the central regions here and along the coastal side. The topography there definitely is going to be quite challenging, and only the teams that are going to be well enough practice and discipline will be able to rise to the top above their opponents. But we're already seeing that Buriram United reliving rivalry or aggression here against Fury Australia. But it's Insight who's going to be able to pop up over the top. Noradra is going to get punished there for the long-range shots. Did not have enough information on the surrounding areas of where Fury Australia was going to be. Insight's going to definitely be pleased with that, as of course Fury Australia would be looking to leapfrog over their Thai rivals.
Insight definitely trading in some first blood for the member of Buriram United here. Very well done, with Fury not being able to get punished with that. We do see that members of Daytrade right now may actually take some shots against members of Golden Cat. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, as Sinoi as well as other members of Golden Cat could be in a rather precarious situation here, as they're going to be moving away from members of Daytrade. We do see that they are going to be bailing out here, and they may actually commit with this fight against members of Daytrade. We do see that Flash being able to land a little bit of that damage towards members of a Golden Cat, as Golden Cat right now looking towards taking in a better position or boosting up before fighting into this position, but they have a lot of ground to cover between themselves and Daytrade, as Daytrade now creating an opportunity of gatekeeping opportunity for themselves against members of Golden Cat. Golden Cat looking to bail and may go for a long walk and create a flanking opportunity from a further side of from a further angle if they so choose.
Right now, Divine is going to be navigating pretty close to the likes of Q Confirm, and they are looking to see, can they get a little bit more of an indication as to where the final destination will be for the Vietnamese team. Right now, they are going to be taking a little bit of long-range damage. Again, from Q Confirm, it's going to be Jayers here trying to unload onto them, but they are going to be able to get into Impala with minimal concern, as of course it wasn't going to be much of concerted effort in terms of the level of firepower being leveled at them. But for now, it does look like Q-Confirm will start to congregate on the area together here, as they do want to try and see if they can bring more guns to bear, should they be able to get any more opportunities like that. But now we'll see, of course, that Cerberus finally, having made that rotation all the way from that western side, finally going to be able to claim a little bit of high ground. But they do have to worry about Golden Cat. They are going to be occupying that compound that they are almost certainly heading for as well. It's definitely going to be a little bit more favored, but they are kind of telegraphing their approach right now, and Maxstone is already looking to see, can he get into a better position? They're going to be driving right over here. Oh, no, it's not going to be able to spot out Maxstone. They're not able to get second, but second not able to pick up two there, and he's going to be able to put 6 feet under. Zico and Basil are going to be the last remaining members here from Cerberus. They're going to be in with a bit of a shock here how this game has started. They are going to be seeing their top position aspirations here evaporate as Zico goes down to 6 sacks. There's only going to be Basil. He's going in there. He's not going to be holding back anymore. But 6 sacks is going to be all the way in the back. Going to actually navigate a little bit through the compound here. See whether he can try and get into a better position to save Tino, as Basil for sure is going to be looking to see, can he confirm the kills here? But Zico is going to be a little bit more of a concern if he can turn the tides of this battle in his favor. He's actually had to abandon the res there, as 6 sacks not giving him any room to breathe. And now this one-on-one battle that's ongoing here, not quite going to determine what's happening to Golden Cat. They do have one player who's still going to be standing off-site here, as they're going to out this utility, but they're constantly blinding one another and not able to quite ingress on each other's position. But Basil is actually going to take that breather here to see if he can get a little bit more heals to go back in his favor. For Cerberus, he pops around the side with more flashbangs and not quite able to finish this game a ring around the road. Here, he's going to be playing this expertly, but yeah, he only has time to get a few bandages going for him. Basil still not able to catch any part of the tail there from the Golden Cats player.
Very interesting indeed to see this matchup between Cerberus Esports as well as Golden Cat actually go south for both of them, as we're going to be going over to his Chi right now, being able to take out Jayers, and this could be very interesting indeed, as the Thai team right now looking to fighting it out. One has been taken out for the count, and it's going to be Jayers that is going to be bleeding out, but will not be too punished very hard. We do see that Kamals is going to be holding on to the roof, and it seems that because of the audio cues, it is going to reveal where his positioning is. Victim Rise right now looking towards getting a little bit of assistance from Simoy15G, but will it arrive in time, as Kamal's right now trying his best to sustain. Kamal's definitely holding on towards a vertical advantage here onto the side of members of Q Confirm, and this could be very interesting indeed, because if Q Confirm gets eliminated now, this could be an opportunity for other teams such as Buriram United as well as Fury being able to leapfrog ahead and close out a little bit of that gap between themselves and that first spot. Very interesting to note that despite the fact that members of Golden Cat as well as Cerberus were fighting off against one another, we do see that this could be another opportunity for one of the top 8 teams here to fight off against one another and disrupt that top dominant spot for the side of Q Confirm. However, Q Confirm playing it rather conservatively. Nikki right now trying to be the third man spoiler in this situation, trying to get some of these shots off. Simoy15G as well as Genforce giving in a little bit of an Overwatch situation here, as Kamals is going to be holding on towards their roof relatively well, giving in a little bit of confusion for some of the members of Q Confirm, trying their best to actually get secure cover from other members of Victim Rise who are outside. So this actually limits the opportunity of exposure for the side of Q Confirm, as Victim Rise right now may actually be in a very precarious spot, because we do see that some of the other enemy teams are going to be moving off, and this is going to create some sound cues for the side of Kamal's, and this could actually open up an opportunity for the side of for Q Confirm to actually move out and try their best to score some kills.
But look at how congested this region is going to be. This is not how the likes of Q Confirm want to be able to play the second match of the day. They already know that their lead is starting to get a little bit on the lower side here. It's still going to be quite decent that they don't have to worry too much, but look at them just being pinned down here. Q Confirm is not being allowed to play their game for fear of losing everything here, or at least going to be a few of their members. But they have got to thank their lucky stars that the phase 3 of the zone here has been rather fortuitous for them, as they're not really going to have to really go for a sudden shift down to Puerto Paraiso, for example. But there's still going to be the likes of Divine who's nearby. MC Theathon, they have to be lucky that they didn't pile in here as well. But from the southern side, we're going to have to see quite the migration from the rest of these teams if they want to try and get into a bit of a better spot for the later stages. But right now, Jayers and Q Confirm, they're still stuck in this building, as they're going to be absolutely ambushed if they are not too careful. Chimoy is actually just right outside the door, and he's going to be calling out trick or treat, but not going to be falling for that one, as the likes of MC Theathon will be hugging out next to their vehicles in watch for the surrounding areas.
Now, Theathon are going to be put in a situation where there is a lot of open ground for them to cover. They do have vehicular options for them to move out, but we are going to be switching over towards the perspective of Jokesy for the side of Fury Australia. They do have an opportunity to take down members of Day Trade. It seems that their position has been exposed to members of Fury that may actually take some members down for the count, but they have to be careful that with the fire that they commit towards members of Day Trade, that they do not reveal their entire positioning against members of Biram United. Canaxi right now spotting out one member of Day Trade will be practicing a little bit of trigger discipline before taking some of the shots, and it seems that with some of the fire that's coming in from Fury, that could actually signify to him with the audio cues that there is someone nearby. So Biram United making some calculated decisions here before taking some of the shots. We do see some fire get returned back to the side of Jokesy from DIC Gaming, which could actually be very, very detrimental towards their advances here. Fury has been able to improve themselves by quite a bit, with members of Golden Cat as well as Cerberus Esports down with 1 each, and it seems though that particular fight at that compound for the side of Golden Cat as well as Cerberus Esports had them a limp away from danger here, but they will live to fight another day, albeit a little less numbers in their advantage here. Let's take a look at the Cerberus Esports fight against Golden Cat here, and it was a very interesting fight indeed, mainly because of Basil being able to get some of these kills off and will be able to walk away punished, as we see now 3 eliminations in favor of Basil from Cerberus Esports, and he does bug out as quickly as he can. No team eliminations thus far, but I think we are just a few minutes away from all hell breaking loose, and we're seeing teams getting eliminated one by one. As we look at the map, there is going to be quite an interesting aspect here, as Biram United as well as Day Trade and Maugi are going to be pushing over towards members of Fury. Fury right now may actually bunker down and try their best to get as much the gatekeeping kills as they can, with Yikika Mukau trying to secure reconnaissance and information towards approaching into the circle, making sure that the pathing is clear and the way is smooth into the next circle that is awaiting them. Remember, it is going to be phase 4, and within a few more seconds, within about 30 more seconds, it is going to be closing out. We are going to be going back towards Victim Rise. Kamal still holding on towards that top spot, dropping in smoke and trying his level best to be able to deny as much vision as he can, but he's got to be careful because we do see that the options for his movement are very limited indeed. We do see off-camera Fury being able to get a kill onto the side of Maugi, but it is going to be GenForce as well as Kamal's. Giving in a little bit of support to the side of Kamal's here is going to be GenForce, and this could create an opportunity for him to down one member of Q Confirm here and could act as the spoiler for the Thailand favorite here. as we are hitting into the end of phase 4, as we are going to be starting into phase 5 in another 2 more minutes as the circle closes.
So the likes of Bury Rum, they're going to be moving all the way up here from the southern side. They got some work to do. Twist and the rest of Day Trade, they're unleashing there onto the likes of Fury Australia. Kika Mukau, he's going to have that cover just in the nick of time as he's going to continue onwards with the rest of the team. Malgi is going to be facing the absolute brunt there from Bury Rum United. They're going to be cleaning house as all 3 remaining members there from Malgi Esports are going to be put in the ground. The likes of Fury Australia are also looking to try and rack up the kills. They got 3 so far, and 2 straight away just there onto the likes of Day Trade Gaming. So they're definitely moving in the right direction here as they're looking to see if they can haul in the same number of kills as they got in the previous round. But it looks like you confirmed they're going to have a little bit of events happening here with the likes of Victim Rise, but it's going to be Kamal's able to finish down Joe Man, as there's only going to be him and Genfoss left in this one. But now Q confirmed, after being unleashed, they're absolutely looking for where these Victim Rise players are going to be. They want blood right now as a little bit of revenge for not being able to play their game. Genfoss actually going to be taking a little bit of that long-range fire coming out from Anquan, as DIC Gaming moving in late towards that southwestern side. Now, there's not going to be a lot of teams that they have to really be too concerned about, but again, they're going to still want to try and exert their influence on the surrounding areas, no matter how far it's going to be. Bury Rum United going to be taking the fight this time to Astra, but they are going to be more on the receiving end. And as Eddie is going to go down, I think he's going to be taken out in quick fashion here in no time. But there's going to be the likes of Connexi moving around the side. But Fury Australia will be able to pick up another one and leaving 1 surviving member of Day Trade Gaming.
Now we look at Bury Rum United. They do have 3 in their pocket as it is, but Connexi right now being taken down for the count. Dixie is going to be taken down. Day Trade has been eliminated at 50 spot. Extreme right now, extremely thirsty to get a little bit of a revenge on the side of Godmeow. Godmeow dropping off a little bit of utility, but it seems that the flashes are not going to run through, as Zoidmate right now may actually be on the flank side, but it seems that Godmeow looking towards getting a little bit of that blue zone damage here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't stay too long inside that blue zone. Immediately goes for the first aid kit, and this could be an opportunity for the side of Godmeow to basically act with very sneaky with the knife in the back of members of Astra, but it is going to be rather important for the side of Astra here because they are having the numbers advantage. We do see now Godmeow being able to get some of those shots off, and Nikos has been taken down for the count here. And could that be another one? But no, it's going to be Bury Rum United that gets eliminated the 14th spot. Very interesting indeed. They are not going to be scoring as much points as they want to be. Artgod right now from the side of Bahamut Gaming, the Filipino standout, looking towards getting a bit of spoiler points for themselves as they are going to be taking some of these shots. However, the blue zone does not allow them to stay and fight for too long, as Nikos is going to be revived. We are going to go back towards members of Fury right now. Fury may actually shoot off against members of a Gearbox, with Gearbox moving as quickly as they can. Jokesy inside, Yikika Mukau moving with very much urgency in their step, as we do see that members of Gearbox right now may actually confront members of MSC. Oh my goodness, Y8 right now in the middle of everything. Well, Jankatov will be able to take down Y8, and Y8 has been taken out for the count, even though Ilonix has been hit with Y8, and a beautiful push there. But it seems that some of these shots are going to come in beautifully done from the side of Bahamut Gaming to actually take off members of Astra off camera. But we do see MSC Teraton right now in a little bit of trouble, as nades are going to be coming from a variety of positionings, as we do see that this is going to be very interesting indeed, as Bahamut Gaming has been able to annihilate members of Astra. But we do see Gearbox right now being taken down for the count here, as we do see that Fury Australia as well looking towards fighting against their Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming. We do see Fury Australia right now being very furious indeed. Jokesy right now damaged quite high, goes for the heal, and Artgod has been taken down for the count as the circle is going to be closing up. Yuki Kamukau already down for the count. Will he be able to be rezzed up? Because they do need as much numbers as they can for the side of Fury Australia if they want to take over from Bury Rum United and steal that second spot away from them.
Right now, Fury Australia will be able to recollect themselves ever so much here, as Kika Mukau will be rezzed right now. But they only have the 3 members left remaining, but at the very least, the struggles that they have ahead of them has alleviated a little bit. But Mr. Chan is going to right away say no thank you, as he's going to be able to take them down. He's the last surviving member there from Bamut Gaming. Now there's going to be MSC Therathon, who definitely have got the Filipino squad to thank for. They looked as though they were absolute goners as the likes of Gearbox was coming up over the top, and their positioning was absolutely terrible, excuse me, comparatively. But for now, it does look like MSC Therathon will stay firm as they're looking to see how things will be transpiring into phase 6 of the zone. We still have the likes of Q confirmed, and Victim Rise still going to be inside this zone, as it's going to be shifting up a little bit further north. Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they got to be thinking that they have got quite the good position here, but I can't help but feel they're a little bit too spread out. They're going to have to try and consolidate a little bit more. They don't have to worry too much about Carnage a little bit to that western side, but all these teams are going to have to shift up north. MSC Therathon, they have got some great positioning here. They could still put the finishing touches onto the likes of Fury Australia. Divine, they're still going to be all congregated together, but they have got DIC Gaming to worry about, but DIC have got Golden Cat as well in their sights, as Tonke not going to be able to sustain, and we're starting to see the front runners all suffering incredible losses here. First, Burry Rum United gets eliminated. Now it's Golden Cat. Fury Australia only has one member remaining. Insight is still going to be unleashing Hellfire onto the surrounding teams, but that is still going to be difficult for his team to try and accumulate as many points as possible. As Divine, they're trying to repel this push coming out from MC Therathon. Denku is going to be able to get the first pick here, but Nikki's going to be following suit. Yoshi Minburi moving in here. There's only 2 members left for MC Therathon, and they still have got the rest of Divine coming back for more as they're looking to consolidate this position, but currently only Numsy and Levi's is going to be the ones left here. The smoke is going to be able to cover Junku for a certain extent here, but that prolonged fight here is going to be to the detriment of Divine. They only have Numsy that is left remaining, but I think Yoshi, he's starting to run out of utility, and it looks like Anquan will be able to come in for some third-party action and finish things off in the respect of Divine Esports.
Very interesting that Mr. Chan right now actually stalking onto the member of Fury, and Fury is going to be eliminated at 9th spot. Beautifully done from the side of Bahamut Gaming to act as a spoiler for the aspirations and goals for the side of Fury here to score that 2nd spot that is going to be eyed by them. As we are going to be seeing, it is going to be 8 teams with 20 players on the map here, with Eagles and the Shooter as well. DIC Gaming being able to score, being able to enjoy numbers advantage in their favor with a full roster of players. Q confirmed still in the game with 3 members thus far. We do see Rusted Jr. right now holding on with hope here, trying to rescue his 2 members that have been down for the count, as we do see Eagles and the Shooter, and their numbers advantage has been rather short-lived, as we do see MSC Therathon has been eliminated from the game from the side of DIC Gaming. Beautifully done from them, acting as the third party in this particular situation. And we are going to go back. It's still going to be Victim Rise holding on towards members of Q Confirm for quite a while here, as we do see JJ Leo is going to actually show an opportunity towards acting as the third party spoiler here, but it seems that it is not going to be the case, because it is all about who moves first in this particular situation between Q Confirm as well as Victim Rise. Both these teams are going to be holding off against one another. They only have about 30 seconds before they have to start moving, so urgency is going to be in the minds of the side of Q Confirm, as they're going to be pushing off Cerberus Esport with only 1 member, Victim Rise with 2. Bahamut Gaming, DIC Gaming, as well as Carnage and Eagles and the Shooter right now are going to be enjoying quite a bit in their roster. However, Bahamut Gaming only with 1, and Mr. Chan has been able to be quite an interesting spoiler for some of these players that have aspirations towards scoring higher in terms of the overall leaderboard thus far.
And right now, Q Confirmed, they have got to be absolutely upset with what Victim Rise is doing to them. And I mean, they've only killed off 1 of them, but I mean, just how much that they've been delaying them from playing their game has been absolutely astounding. The Indonesian squad has really put a spanner into the works, and it's going to have to be very carefully done here by the likes of Q Confirmed if they want to be able to come out from this unscathed. But finally, the blue zone here is going to start moving out, and really this positioning is going to be to their detriment, especially attract attention from the likes of DIC Gaming, who are only just a short throw away. But now DIC looking to finish things here in the case of Cerberus, as Basil gets found out in the shack here, as looks like Kamal's, he's going to have to get off the roof here in just a moment. Genbox is going to go down first, but it looks like Gems here will be able to finish things, as DIC actually were the ones to help out the current league or the current champion or rather championship leaders here, excuse me, as we're going to see Q confirm will have an opening to enter the circle for the time being. They do have quite a bit of cover from the likes of DIC Gaming. They're going to be rather focused on the other side of the zone where they're like the Eagle Sentinel shooter moving in. But Carnage is going to do what they can here to really spoil the party for the Thai squad. Spin is going to get shot through the smoke as Monty looks to see if he can spot out any more, but is going to get some back there as DIC Gaming is wanting to put Spanner as well into the progress that we've seen from Carnage here in this match number 2.
Very nicely done there for the side of Carnage to be able to put in a bit of a damper to the side of Q Confirm, putting down one member, and it seems that 2 is going to be the number that Q Confirm may have to work with if the circle actually pushes them into a rather precarious situation. They will be able to get it. Mr. Chan again being able to take down members of DIC Gaming, and it seems that more nades are going to be pushed out, but it seems that 7-4-L1 looking towards getting some of these sprays. Look at that with AT here in his pocket. Very nicely done to the side of Mr. Chan, but it's not going to be enough. He will be taken out from the count, and it is going to be 5th spot for the side of the Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming, as they are going to be relegated to the lobby. It is going to be Q Confirmed, the only team in the top 5, but no, they are going to be eliminated next. DIC Gaming, Carnage, as well as Eagles and the Shoots are going to be competing against one another, as we do see that the numbers advantage is going to be towards the Vietnamese team of DIC Gaming. Carnage right now taking in some beautiful shots, but will not be able to punish him really hard. Vandal 9 has been taken off at the count, but it's only a smoke throw away from being sustained back into the game, as we do see Jexy as well looking towards getting as much as he can. Another smoke being tossed out by his teammate for the side of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Could it be another victory for the side of an Indonesian region, or could it be that New Zealand or Vietnam score a win for themselves? It is going to be a battle of the lower half of the brackets here, as nades are going to be popped out between these two teams, and who will emerge victorious with 3 teams and 7 in play as we head into the final few circles as we head into the final circle in another 15 seconds.
Right now, DIC Gaming, they have got 13 kills on the board. Vandal 90 is just a hair's distance away from being able to see all of them, but Clown is finally going to be able to spot out the player, and now DIC will be able to shift focus substantially towards the Indonesian team, but 74L1 is just going to heal up just a bit more after being picked up off the ground. Vandal 9 and the rest of Eagle Sentinel Shooter looking to try and take this 3-on-3 battle. Bees, in the meantime, he's going to be all the way in the back. He wants to try and see, can he catch out the winners there from this fight? He might intervene a little bit sooner here. Currently, this one hillside is all that separates the Indonesians from the Vietnamese, as they're looking to get a lucky nade here to try and start things off in this fight, as the pick will almost certainly carry the next team into victory here. But of course, it's still the unknown quantity from the Carnage player. Everything is getting absolutely converged here into smoke. 74L1 coming up over the top, not able to put the player there from Sentinel Shooter down. And now, looks like B is going to be contributing in this fight. He's going to be able to take down one. Finally, priming the nade here. Could be putting the nail in the coffin for the Indonesian team. The Molotov is not going to be able to reach at that distance. And Jexy, yeah, there's no time to get him up right now. They're going to be able to finish off B. But now DIC Gaming can completely focus on the 2 remaining members. Mon is going to be able to get down Clown though, and it's now a 2v2 situation. Mon is also trying to catch out from the side. He's going to be able to take down Anquan. It's a 1v2 situation now, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they could get their first win here in quick fashion, but they need to try and play this carefully. That's not an awful lot of space remaining, as now 74L1, he's got an absolute ton to do here, but he's got the Graza available to him. It could absolutely shred both of these 2 remaining players if he plays his cards right. He does have the level 3 helmet as well to help him in this, but looking at the proning as well coming out from these final 2 players from Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they want to grind this out as best they can, but it looks like 74L1 will level it here. It gets the headshot on the Mun, pops out over the top, brimming with confidence. He's looking for Battle 9, and he gets the 1v2 situation. DIC Gaming will take it here right at the depth. 15 kills there, as what an amazing play coming out from 74L1, cleaning things up for his team.
And I do believe that that definitely goes to show that DIC Gaming were able to work with numbers disadvantage. And I feel that coming in from the side of Eagle Sniper Shooter, the biggest and most grave mistake that they made was the fact that they did not actually split up and sustain themselves. I felt that they could have covered a little bit more ground if they were able to just push off a little bit more and get a little bit of distance between themselves. But I mean, you can't cry over spilled milk. It definitely goes to show that Eagle Sentinel Shooter were definitely aiming towards getting a chicken dinner. However, DIC Gaming were quick to put a wrench into the gears and deny Eagle Sentinel Shooter that big win that they so deserved. But what is really important to note is that DIC Gaming with 10 plus kills is definitely going to enjoy a high amount of points thus far for match number 2 for day number 4 today.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at how many points exactly everyone got here from match number 2. DIC Gaming with the 25 points after getting that 15 kill game under their belt there, and at the expense of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. And quite rightly, Nick, you did say that the 2v1 advantage was not utilized by the Indonesian squad, and they were not able to pick up another kill point and 4 more placement points for their troubles. They're going to get 13 points here. Bamu Gaming is going to be getting 10 points here. That's going to be their best performance that we've seen since day number 2. Day 3 and day 1, they were very quiet, but it looks as though that it's going to be the even days here that is really going to benefit them. Fury Australia not quite able to get the same number of points that they got in match number 1. They're going to tie with Q Confirm, getting 7 points apiece. Carnage, Cerberus, and MSC Therathon, they're all going to be slipping down here in terms of the performance in that match. And to close out on the second half of the table, Victim Rise, Buriram United, Golden Cat, Astra, Divine Esports, Gearbox, and Daytrade Gaming, Malgi Esports, all not going to be getting as many points as they would have liked.
Very unfortunate indeed. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards and see how that is going to translate into a big lead. For the side of Q Confirm, we do see that the numbers are going to be in favor for the side of Q Confirm, getting a bigger lead thus far, but not as big of a lead as they did when the start of day 4 emerged. We do see that Buriram United are slowly clawing their way up, with Fury as well scoring the 3rd spot. I do believe that Fury may be able to score another big win here and steal it away from Buriram United if they are performing the way they are. They got one more map to go for, and that's going to be the final map of Miramar. But we are going to take a look at Golden Cat, Cerberus Esports, MSC Therathon, Victim Rise, as well as Divine Esports that are going to be making our top 8 of the total leaderboards. Looking at the lower half of the total leaderboards, it's going to be Malgi Esports, Daytrade Gaming, Gearbox, Astra, DIC Gaming, Bahamut Gaming, Carnage, as well as Eagle, Sentinel Shooter to make up our entire total leaderboard for the end of match number 2, day 4 of the PUBG Continental Series, Jay.
Yeah, let's take a look at the top damage dealers from match number 2, and DIC Gaming absolutely dominating here as we're seeing that 74L1 Unquan and Clown here all getting into the 600 plus range of damage. 74L1 almost breaking the 1,000 point barrier. So quite the shift put in by all 3 team members here. Mon from Eagle Sentinel Shooter, he was doing what he could for his team, but unfortunately it was not enough right at the end. 619 damage points for him. Mr. Chan is going to be able to get that 601 as Bamu Gaming also getting quite a decent number of decent amount of damage dealt.
Well, what is really interesting to note is the fact that these numbers are definitely very revealing towards some of the top performers for match number 2. And I do believe that it is just going to get better and better. We shall have to wait and see what match number 3 has in store for us, as we're going to take a short little break because me and Play of the J have been casting our butts off pretty hard, and we are going to be returning with the match number 3 that is about to go underway. So for those of you who just joined us, stay tuned for more PCS action.
안녕하세요. 大家好. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG e스포츠 대회.
Vòng khu vực APAC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS1 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
World Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
PCS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
Consoleは6月23日からオープンします。Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm PCS1
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับแบบทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲际赛
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PCS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
你哋想唔想更加認識我哋 Team Cursor 呢？
If you click the esports tab for our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะรับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG esports.
记得待在家看PUBG 比赛。
Stay home and watch PUBG esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG e-sport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG e-sport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PCS1 APAC series here. Joining me here is going to be Nick, Horace, the Hound, and I am Play of the Jay. And we just saw 2 amazing matches here on our final day of the competition. Nick, who is looking as though that they're going to try and really make up the difference here, because it doesn't look as though Buriram United can make up their mind here after having a hot match number 1. Match number 2, not quite so much the case, and really, I don't know what is up with them. Are they getting too much of the butterflies here to catch up to Q Confirm?
I don't believe it's much of the butterflies. I do believe that there is a lot of missed opportunities for the side Buriram United to be able to score quite big in the final few stages of the game. I do believe that sustainability is a problem that is plaguing Buriram United, pushing into the circle. And I do believe that there is a rather interesting decision-making that is being made for them, mainly because that they are always tapped into a very precarious situation. Fury has been performing well beyond my expectations thus far, and I believe that it just goes to show how much of a beast and furiously savage they are on Miramar, on the Miramar map. And I feel that it definitely goes to show that Fury could have actually benefited from a tournament format that gave a little bit more weight towards Miramar towards the early stages of the series. But it seems that the late start that Fury Australia has been able to basically shift those gears and push out the action has definitely affected them. However, the aspirations towards scoring quite a big win here could be very interesting indeed, as we are going to be watching. Wow, very interesting indeed. It is going to be starting on to the southwest, moving up towards the northeast. We do see members of Cerberus right now dropping off very quickly. We do see one member of Golden Cat, Tonke, moving out, as well as some of the other members of Golden Cat are jumping out to get a little bit of a spread here. Chumachera, Los Leones, Valle del Mar. No one going to go to as Minas del Sur, Los Higos, as well as Prison, considering how isolated that particular spot is going to be. Valle del Mar is going to be conquered by 3 members of Cerberus, with Basil being the lurker onto the other side of the flanks here. We do see some teams may actually choose La Bendita, Picado, Minas Generales, Graveyard, as well as Impala. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, as we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a spread here from some of these teams. We are not going to be seeing that much people in the northern region of the map, so it is going to be a relatively interesting matchup, mainly because that we might see quite a bit of rotational pickoffs here that could benefit some of these teams that play very sneaky and benefit them in terms of long-range shots here at the Miramar matchup. And as we see, the first circle has already revealed itself. And what do you think about this first circle, Jay?
Well, I think these teams have got to be thanking their lucky stars. They know they have dodged a bullet here, as this flight path just really making it wide open here for really weird rotations should it really flash over to that northwestern side. But it looks like our final circle here on the Miramar side of things for the PCS1 APAC is going to be rather fortunate and neutral for most of these teams. We're probably going to see just only a minor rotations going on, as most of the teams will also be aware that there's going to be a lot of central presence right from the get-go. So they're not going to be looking to try and make crazy rotation timings, trying to get into a little bit of better spots. So likely we can probably see maybe the likes of Cerberus making a little bit more of a clockwise rotation from that northern road along the western, the road north of them, which is along the western side of the map, to try and escape any of the potential confrontations that could arise. So there might only be a lot of these rotational kills coming out maybe around phase 4 onwards. So things are still going to be relatively neutral from now. But yeah, looking at the top 3 kill rankings, Joeman, Noradra, and Venautica all going to be weighing in substantially. And yeah, they have been quite the titans for their respective teams. As Buriram United, they really had something going there in match number 1. Match number 2 was very telling, as we did see that all of the members there from the top places all went out before Q Confirm. And this is despite the fact that Q Confirm, they were stuck in that building by the likes of, contained there by the likes of Victim Rise for such a long time, and they still managed to get through that game with a substantial enough number of points that they managed to push back the lead and at an even higher level as compared to the start of match number 2.
Now, it does go to show that sometimes gatekeeping for the top team could actually benefit them in the long run, as long as they're able to sustain. So the reactive decision to actually hold on to them rather than the proactive decision to actually get some kills for the side of Victim Rise definitely played to the benefit of Q Confirm. And it was rather unfortunate for members of Victim Rise to be caught off guard with a third-party situation that came in from Divine Esports or DIC Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, from that match number 2 that put them in a rather precarious situation. Kamals was definitely trying to be a spoiler for the side of Q Confirm. However, it did not work out for them. We might see a pretty early fight here between Bahamut Gaming as well as Victim Rise. Both of them actually spotting each other out, or at least getting a little bit of those sound cues between one another. So I do believe that Chi could actually take some of these shots towards him, and some of these shots are going to be going through enough, but none of it is going to land true towards members of it. But a nade is going to bounce off, and that could be... No, it's not. It just landed just slightly short here. But we do see Simoy 15G will be able to take down Art God for the side of Bahamut Gaming. Fury Australia right now taking in a little bit of early action here, as Jokesy is going to be taken out for the count. Yukika Mukau, Ronan, as well as Insight are going to be fighting it off without one member of a deficit for the numbers. We do see that it is going to be interesting, as we did predict that it is going to be rather action-packed considering how the circle is. A lot of these pickoffs are going to be more for the rotational sides here, as we see Yukika Muka right now spotting off and getting towards one member of Maugi that is going to be stuck within that particular shack, as we do see Gakon is going to be busting out and immediately bugging out from a situation that is detrimental for his team. Jet right now looking towards getting some happy feet and fast feet away from being knocked down from Yukika Mukau, who is giving chase.
Right now, it does look like he's going to have help. Ronan is moving in as Jet is going to be in with a little bit of a pickle. And it looks like he's going to get taken down here. And that's going to be a little bit unfortunate, as it's going to be Fury Australia picking up their first kill of the game. And unfortunately, the audio is not quite working at the moment here, so we do apologize for that. We are trying to see if we can try and rectify the situation in quick fashion. But now Eagle Sentinel Shooter, in the meantime, they're going to have Jexy and Man over here trying to see, can they find out any of the rotations that are coming in. Mind you, they did have a very central position already inside the zone to start off with, so this is something that they can potentially build on. But right at the end there, we did see that they made it in that 1v1 battle right with DIC Gaming, but yeah, they really dropped the ball, so to speak there. They didn't have the numbers advantage to start with, but it did look like they just didn't have the right mindset going in there. Not only did they not spread out to try and offer a bit more angles in that 2v1 situation, but they were both prone as well, and really just not giving a lot of maneuverability and facing it off against a 74 L1 with the Graza. that's not exactly what you want to have done there. So Eagle Sentinel Shooter will still be looking for their very first win of the competition.
And I do believe that members of Miramar United may actually move out with God Meow being able to communicate quite a bit of information, considering the wide and vast sightlines that he's been able to set up for himself, especially in Minas Generales. That could be an opportunity for them to actually loot up. There's just a little bit more. Utilities are pretty much lacking for the side of Miramar United, which could change off if they're able to eliminate a few members. But definitely what is interesting to note is the fact that members of Maugi have been hit with a detrimental blow here, as they are left with only one member. Bahamut Gaming as well, with one member down for the count. They are going to be rather interesting in terms of how they are going to be progressing. Fury as well has lost one member in a very early exchange, and some of these early skirmishes definitely put a damper in their ability to sustain heading into the final few stages of the game. We are going to be watching from the side of Golden Cat, who are going to be getting some wide sightlines here and may actually tag off members of a Divine, who are going to be holding on towards, Day Trade, who are going to be holding on towards some of these interesting compounds here. We do see Golden Cat's Tom K getting a little bit of information for himself, with a Day Trade right now holding on. And look at this, coming in from Los Leones. It is going to be a Fury that is going to be holding on to quite a bit of interesting real estate here. Very wide sidelines for the side of Insight here, giving him the insight that he needs to make some really good decision making. And we do see that there is an opportunity for the side of Fury to score some really good rotational kills if they hold on to that particular position and if the circle favors them in this particular situation.
Yeah, so Fury Australia definitely benefiting from the fact that this is their drop location, but looks like they're going to have to move here as things have shifted substantially to this western side, firmly keeping Chumasera right at the core of things here. As the likes of Golden Cat, they're going to be a little bit more scattered, as we did see earlier on, but now this might prompt them to consolidate a bit more to face the impending rush coming from all these other teams. Now it looks like Victim Rise here under fire. Gems looking to get a little bit of payback for the troubles that the Indonesian team has put Q Confirmed through in match number 2. But Genfos should be able to get out with the 10 HP remaining here. He's going to heal a bit more before he decides to continue moving onwards. Q Confirmed, they're also going to be moving a little bit closer together. They have got the likes of Astra up ahead, who they have to just be a little bit more mindful of, as starting to get a little bit more congested in the zone, but not likely to reach that critical mass that we tend to see maybe around phase 4 or 5. But now Jayer's just, again, trying to get as much information while he has this good vantage point for Q Confirm, who are now opting to go for a bit of a 2-2 split. But now we're seeing that Ronin is driving very close by to Genfos, and Genfos exercising a bit of trigger discipline here, waiting for Chibrit here to see if he can do a little bit of backup. But right now they are actually not doing something too aggressive. But speaking of aggressive, Gakon here is going to get absolutely wasted, as Maugi Esports is going to be biting the dust here, as Jexi will be finishing things off. That explosion a little bit too hot to handle there for the Maugi Esports player, as now looking at Victim Rise, they're going to actually move across the road here in little leaps and bounds and see if they can try and conquer a little bit more. But I think Insight and the rest of Fury Australia is trying to posture themselves here, get into a little bit of better position. But Insight is already taking quite a bit of damage, not a lot of cover being offered there by the buggy, but he's going to have to bug out. He's got only a fraction left. He's still trying to attract quite a bit of attention. Not sure if that was the play. Insight is going to go out in a ball of flames here, and Victim Rise might still be able to finish off this last member from Fury Australia.
Very interesting indeed, as 2 members of Fury Australia have bit the dust, with Ikika Mukau as well as Ronan being the last 2 surviving members. What's interesting to know is Ronan right now is alone against 3 to 4 members of the side of Victim Rise. So this is going to be rather interesting, as Ronan right now has quite a decision to make for himself to hold on towards this position, and he has to be very careful indeed that he doesn't create any sound cues for members of Victim Rise to pick up on. 45 seconds before phase 2 ends, and we head into phase 3. So this could be an opportunity for the side of Mukau to get some long-range picks here. And it seems that more sound cues have been created for the side of Ronin here to actually stop off onto the push that is coming in from the side of Victim Rise. We do see that Ronin right now is trying to take some of these shots onto Simoy 15G. We see Simoy 15G replying with a nade toss back to him. No damage going to be taken for the side of Ronin. Ronin right now being very sneaky, trying his best to minimize the amount of sound cues that he has. But off camera, it is going to be Briam United that loses our one member to the side of Bahamut Gaming. Fury Australia right now, Ronin holding on towards his position, trying his best to create an opportunity for himself to score a few detrimental blows towards members of Victim Rise. Chi right now coming in, bolstering the numbers advantage for the side of Victim Rise, giving them an opportunity to push off. And Ronin right now holding on and gritting his teeth, trying his best to hold on and sustain in this particular situation. But this could be very interesting indeed, as mollies have been dropped off here, denying as much push ability for the side of Ronin. We do see Chi right now coming in, and oh my goodness gracious me, Simoy 15G has been taken over the count, and a nade, a flash has been dropped off here, and he doesn't see anything as Ronin has been taken off on the count. Beautifully done from the side of Chi to follow up onto the loss that is Ronin, to be able to take one member down from the side of Victim Rise. And it seems that Fury will have to fight this off with one member in the form of Yukika Mukau, as we do see that more and more. It is going to be Malgi that is going to be the first casualty of this entire match, of this matchup of match number 3. But it is going to be interesting to note that some of these teams right now are moving as quickly as they can. The urgency is definitely being felt, and it seems that the middle centered circle is definitely going to be creating an atmosphere of hellfire that is going to be fire that is coming in from so many angles, considering the population of the server is going to be relative within the circle heading into the final few stages of the game.
And now Fury Australia only has the one player remaining, and they could have had Insight as well, but yeah, we did see that he decided to try and attract as much attention as possible with the buggy, so he is going to be unfortunately no longer with us here, as now Fury only has Kika Mukau to work with, as after they had 2 very good games to start the day, going to be feeling it quite a bit in match number 3, but now it looks like Hanaxi is also feeling it, and he's on all fours as Anquan looking to see, can he put the final touches there onto the Buriram United player? But there's just not any backup at the moment here to really try and influence things. Yeah, Jaxi trying to see, can he hit Kika Mukau, but looks like he's driving right past Confirm, and Fury Australia is going to go up in that ball of flames here. And so they're going to be exiting the Miramar segment with quite a bit of a plum there. But now it looks like 74L1 will be able to finally put those finishing touches onto the Thai player. And a bit too late here for Noradra to influence things. Still going to pop the smoke as he's trying to get whatever. Luke Anquan, though, will oblige with a little bit of a misstep coming out from the player. It's going to really offer a bit too much of his body. DIC Gaming, now they had a very excellent game number 2. If only they could have played a bit like that in the earlier stages of the tournament as well, they might be in with a bit of a better shot to being able to pull one of those top 8 places quite solidly. But I can't help but feel that maybe the last match is definitely one of those cases that we talked about earlier on, that the team, again, with not as much pressure on their backs, they're going to be able to churn out the performances and get the kind of results that would have otherwise escaped them.
As we are going to be approaching the next few circles, it is 45 seconds before Phase 4 is going to be completing itself and revealing Phase number 5 in a bit. So there is going to be rather interesting urgency for some of these teams that are outside the circle pushing in. We do see that Cerebrus Esports has been relatively hot and cold moving into the final few stages. Into the third match of today. They were relatively early on eliminated from the game, as we are going to be watching Noadra right now, one of the higher damage dealers here, looking towards getting some of these shots off towards members of Gearbox. Gearbox right now holding on towards this particular spot here, as Jen right now trying to go for the flash. Will be able to blind one member of Briram United as the push is going to come good, and some damage is going to go over towards Edie. Edie right now feeling the urgency right here with 8 HP. Will be able to take down Jen. Beautifully done here, but it is going to be Jen that has been taken out for the count and will be relegated towards the lobby here. But we do see Gearbox right now, Y8 as well as Chain are going to be the last two surviving members for them. It is going to be interesting as Miramar United already having one member down for the count, but it is not going to be enough as Miramar United will be eliminated from this game with Carnage serving the third man spoiler in this particular matchup.
And now looks like Sixred and the rest of Carnage will be having that dominance on this northern side to try and work with, as teams are getting absolutely massacred here on the southern side as they're all trying to jostle for position here. Currently, it's Eagle Sentinel the Shooter trying to hold out onto this church, which is going to be on the hillside, usually a very favored spot to hold on to. This is going to be absolutely treacherous for the likes of Victim Rise to push up through the stairwell here. And looks like Genfoss already taking a bit of damage for his trouble, and an entry fragger not going to be able to allow someone to take his name there in this particular fight. But right now, those look like Victim Rise will be able to get into a decent spot to work with, but they are going to be all on that hillside. Divine actually going to be putting a bit of pressure themselves, but they're not really in a position to be able to do that, as they got two players that are just going to be a little bit too far from that southern edge, and they got quite a bit of a task to run through there. They got Day Trade on one side, then they have the likes of Eagle Sentinel Shooter and Victim Rise on the other. So they're going to have to plan this one out pretty carefully here, but Namsi looks as though that there's minimal of that going on, as he's going to run straight into that bank, and he's just going to vacate the vehicle in quick fashion. He's going to be trying to see if he can take his second chance. Levi's also probably going to be getting in, and I most likely think we're going to see they're going to rotate around clockwise. Look at MSC Therathon, and this positioning kind of looks reminiscent of what we saw in match number 2, where they're all clustered together, but of course that is one position which is not necessarily one that you want to be in, and one stray nade and you have had it. But they are going to be biding their time. Not exactly the most proactive of teams right now, but Namsi taking quite a bit of damage after he is trying to go the distance with the buggy, but it is not really happening. Daytrade can blow up the vehicle. I think he's managed to at least move a little bit away that he's going to be able to work with it. Levi's is already expired here at the hands of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, as now things are going to be progressing onwards, but looks like Golden Cat will be the key benefactors there of that circle shift.
And I totally agree with you on that, Jay, mainly because of the amount of high ground that they have, but they have to be careful of the backstab opportunities that could present itself for the side of Cerberus Esports, Divine, Daytrade, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter. But it seems that with Eagle Sentinel Shooter holding on to its position and are fighting off against their Indonesian countrymen, this could be very interesting indeed, because it could actually put a damper towards their progress into the circle. 13 teams with 46 players in the matchup here. It is going to be very interesting to see. Look at the amount of nades that's being tossed here for the side of MSC Therathon, and it seems that all the action and all the waiting is going to be foreshadowing towards the amount of aggression that is going to come from the Thailand team of MSC Therathon, as they are going to be pushing towards members of Bahamut Gaming, as Bahamut Gaming is going to be holding on to the situation. A cloud of smoke is going to go on, but no, it's not going to be enough, as My Boy will be able to take down 2 with Yoshin Buri as well as Ilonix are going to be the double kill that is going to go towards My Boy with a beautifully tossed nade. And it seems that 2 members now down for the count for the side of MSC Therathon, and it's going to be Rostan Jr. to be acting as the savior here for the side of Yoshin Buri as well as Ilonix. And we do see that Jankutov is going to try to damper the amount of advance that's coming in from the side of Bahamut Gaming. Mr. Chan right now trying to lead the charge, as well as My Boy definitely feeling the hotness of his double kill, trying to get as many kills secured in for his team, as we are going to be watching and moving towards members of Q Confirm. Joman, Gems, as well as Vit is going to be the surviving members, as it is going to be Jayers, the first casualty of Q Confirm for this matchup. We do see a nice long range molly is going to come for him, is going to come towards members of Astra, and another long range nade here will not be able to connect thus far, as we do see Extreme right now holding on to his position, as we do see Eagle Sentinel Shooter off camera is going to be eliminated by members of Divine Esports. We do see that it is going to be a rather interesting fight here, as Extreme will be able to get a little bit of damage down range here against members of Q Confirm, but it's not going to be enough. Another nade going to be tossed over towards the side of Extreme for the side of Astra here, as more and more nades are going to be tossed towards him, and this could be an opportunity for the side of Svit to be able to get another one. And yes, it is going to be Astra that is eliminated at 12th spot here. 11 teams 34 alive. It is going to be a very interesting phase 6 as we head into the final few stages of the circles, as we are going to be seeing a rather interesting spot here, as we do see that Q Confirmed is going to be trying to fight into the middle of the circle, but they have to be very wary that members of Golden Cat are going to be acting as dampers here for the advances that is coming in from the side of Carnage, DIC Gaming, as well as Gearbox. They have to be very wary indeed, because Victim Rise right now may actually be the spoilers here for the side of Q Confirmed. Q Confirmed right now being able to get one down for the count. Chi will be the last surviving member for the side of Victim Rise. Could it be that Victim Rise had a bit of a little bit more than they could chew, considering the position they have, and some good shots that are coming in from the side of Chi. Very nicely done with his mini 14 sprays, but will not be able to get a big punishment towards his target as we head into phase number 7 in a few more seconds.
Right now, this is a precarious spot here for the likes of Q Confirmed. Now they got that big hill to work with, but again, it's very difficult to navigate through. But right now, Daytrade, though, they're having problems navigating through this match as the likes of Cerberus, they're unloading here as they still got 3 members to work with. Basil's already down. The whole smell is going to follow suit, as now the likes of Putris and Daytrade, they're looking to see, can they get themselves out of this rut? Matey is on the ground here, but it's not looking all too fantastic there for the Thai team. Smith and the rest of Q Confirmed, they're wise of DIC Gaming, pushing in from that northern side. Now they are already in the zone, they don't need to force this, but they are looking to see, can they eliminate the Thai team here if they can achieve this little task. Well, I say it's a little task, but I mean it's achieve this next task in the line of things that they need to try to accomplish to get into deeper inside the zone into the later stages. Should they shift substantially south, then this will put them in good stead. But looks like Cheaper, he's going to be put 6 feet under by Turtle, as that's going to be Divine coming through. But again, only the 1 player left remaining. It seems to be a familiar sight coming out from the Vietnamese team. Anquan trying to pop up over the top after the brief respite, as 2 of the DIC players had to be picked up off the ground. Now, more nades are going to be flying out, but there's a lot of space for the likes of Q Confirmed to work with. They don't have to really worry about falling on one of these nades, as their positions are not exactly as clustered as we have seen from the likes of, say, MSC Theathon in some of the stages from this tournament.
All right, very wisely done there from the side of Joman to actually go up towards getting some of that high rise there. Very nicely done from the side of Smith to be able to get that counter shot over to the side of DIC Gaming. And DIC Gaming will be put 6 feet under here, as they are going to be eliminated. 7th spot in this matchup, as we do see that members of Q Confirmed right now have quite a bit of arduous terrain for them to conquer here, as it is going to be a Golden Cat that is going to be holding on towards the compound that could benefit them. And I do believe that Q Confirmed as well may actually want to consider taking on this compound here, because we do see historically that Q Confirmed definitely enjoys center of the circle compounds here, and they have managed to make it work very, very well. We do see that Gems has been taken off of the count here for the side of Monty. Monty will be able to send Gems back into the lobby here, and you see that Bahamut Gaming will be the 16 to be eliminated from this matchup, as we do see the circle is going to be relatively interesting here, with a lot of choke points for a lot of these teams holding on towards compounds at the top of this map here, at the top of this compound, that does give them quite a bit of information. We do see Monty, B2, as well as 6 Raid for the side of Carnage now trying to get their positioning fixed up, as we do see that members of Cerberus right now looking towards getting Q Confirmed down for the count. 2 members of the side of Q Confirmed looking towards getting it, and it seems that amongst all these teams, Golden Cat is going to be enjoying the numbers advantage for themselves, followed by Cerberus Esports, Carnage, as well as Q Confirmed, and Gearbox heading into the final few circles. Phase number 7 about to start closing up, and revealing phase number 8 within the time span that is going to be 90 seconds. A lot of time to be working for some of these teams, and urgency is definitely going to be felt for some of these teams that are outside of the circle. Gatekeeping opportunities for the side of Q Confirmed here, but it seems that Cerberus has already marked members of Q Confirmed, and this could be very interesting, as Joman right now looking towards getting some of those sprays onto the side of Cerberus Esports, moving in towards the circle, and the flanks are going to be revealing themselves for the side of Q Confirmed. 7 kills in their pocket as it is, and Joman definitely enjoying quite a bit of defilade here compared to members of Cerberus Esports.
And right now we can see that Golden Cat picking up a few kills there at the expense of Carnage as they're looking to control things on that northern side. Cerberus actually not going to be continuing with their hostilities towards the current leaders. Q confirmed going to be alleviated some of the pressure. They are only going to have to worry about the cats right in front of them. But Six Stacks will be able to finish off Monty, and this might allow them to focus their attention onto their fellow countrymen who are going to be moving in from that side. But currently with this compound still available to the likes of Golden Cat, they've got a little bit more in the way of options here to try and work with in the later stages. Now we're already here at the last 4 teams, 11 people alive. Gearbox, they have got quite a bit of space available to them. Cerberus, they're going to see what they can do from this high ground, but currently looks like Sven here, he's going to fall to the blue zone. Tinoy is going to be able to finish him off, but Subang is going to be trading some back in turn from the third-party perspective. And now Joman, he's going to be all alone, but Q confirmed, look at how many kills that they're still hauling in every game. They will not be denied. They're not having another round number 3 from date number 1 where they go out first and not get a single point. They are making sure that consistency is their middle name, as Chen here is going to be able to take down Zigu. Zigu, though, did manage to take down Maxonus. Now there's going to be that three-way battle going on here, and Joman is going to try and see where he can apply to maximize his chances.
Wow, Q confirmed right now with a total of 4 HP. Very nicely done there from the side of Q confirmed to just bug out immediately. But no, it's not going to be enough. As Tinoy will be able to throw him back into the game with a beautifully nice, with a nicely placed nade towards him. Special delivery is definitely going to be on the favor for the side of Golden Cat to be able to send the last surviving member of Q confirmed back into the lobby. As we do see members of Gearbox right now looking towards getting some of these shots off from long range. But we do see that Susbang right now in a very precarious situation. We'll have to use the vehicle to actually get into a very good spot. We do see that members of Golden Cat right now getting into the center of the circle with smokes there being popped up, but we do see that Cerberus is going to be holding on to the top side of the map, and the verticality is definitely going to be in their favor here. But it definitely is going to be revealing, because if you are going to be holding on towards that top side of the map, it could actually limit you in terms of your rotational options, because it is going to be rather precarious in terms of the amount of, in terms of the lack of cover that that particular spot reveals itself to be. But we do see that Smell is being very proactive indeed to try to get a flanking position over members of Gearbox as well as Cerberus Esports. We do see that Smell right now getting in as much information as they can. Smokes there being popped from the side of Golden Cat to improve their positioning, and Smell right now looking towards getting some of these sneaky picks off the side of Golden Cat. Golden Cat right now getting taken down for the count, as Susbang will be able to take down 6 stacks with some really good shots with his Mini 14. Maxonus taking in some of these shots, but takes in a little bit of that blue zone damage, as we do see Gearbox right now taking in Susbang down for the count, and will be able to secure Susbang for his team. 3 kills in total for the side of the Golden Cat. Inside for Gearbox, as we do see some shots coming in from the side of Smell. Now 2 members down for the count for the side of Cerberus. They are not going to be holding on with some really good spots, but it is going to be very interesting. 3 teams now with the numbers advantage for the side of Cerberus. Golden Cat as well as Gearbox only have 1 member in their favor, but Cerberus has been taken down for the count here, as Ziga1 has been eliminated from this game. Cerberus with 10 kills. Smell, the last surviving member. It is going to be a 3-way battle between Golden Cat, Cerberus, as well as Gearbox, as we do see that Tinopod has been eliminated from this with nicely placed sprays, and it's going to be Smell against Gearbox, but no, it is going to be Cerberus that wins it out. Finally, we do see Cerberus raising up the stakes here and being able to score a chicken dinner despite a very lackluster 3 games that has passed them.
And it's not just the 3 games that have passed them, but it looks as though, yes, they finally get a second win on the board here. Better late than never, but it might be too late here to make a difference in the championship race here, as they will not be able to overcome the chasm that is the lead that the likes of Q Confirm have managed to accumulate. Now let's take a look at the match results here, ladies and gentlemen, as we see that Cerberus was able to get 21 points there. They have to thank Smell for that nice rotation down onto the lower ground and coming out clutch in that 1v1. 1v1 situation there. Now, Golden Cat, they're going to be able to get the 13 points there off the back of the 8 kills. Q Confirm, again, getting a solid result out of a game here, which didn't always look as though that it was going to be heading in that direction. So 11 points together with Gearbox. Divine Esports going to be able to get 6 points. Victim Rise with the 5 alongside Baumut Gaming and Carnage. And in the second half of the table, Eagle Sentinel Shooter not able to get into the top 2 like they did in match number 2. And they're going to get only the 4 points in 9th. Astra going to be following them. So is DIC Gaming, Buriram United, and Fury Australia both dropping out early here and really dropping the ball in that title race in their pursuit of Q Confirm. MSC Theathon, Daytrade Gaming, and Maugi Esports will round out the top 16.
Now let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, Jay, and see what that reveals in terms of positioning. We do see Q Confirm still very comfortable indeed in the first place spot with a rather dominant number of points, 176 in total. Brim United and Golden Cat are going to have a rather comfortable spot with second and third place, and it seems that Brim United will be able to score a little bit more points compared to Golden Cat. Fury is going to be holding and dropping down towards the 4th spot. Cerberus Esport being able to comfortably hold on towards the 5th spot with MSC Theathon, Victim Rise, as well as Gearbox rounding off our top 8. The lower 8 of our total leaderboards is going to belong to Divine Esports, Maugi Esports, Astra, Daytrade Gaming, DIC Gaming, Bahamut Gaming, Carnage, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter, rounding off our top 16, our 16 teams within the total leaderboards for day 4. And the final match for Miramar for this PUBG Continental Series APAC region.
Now, let's take a look at the top damage dealers here in match number 3. Subang is going to get 666 damage going here as he rained Hellfire onto the rest of the people in the match. And Chin was going to get 665, just 1 point difference there as the Gearbox player, again, putting in quite the shift. Zigo going to be getting 642, followed up by Chibrit and Tonke, who are going to be rounding up our top 5 placing here in terms of the overall damage. And that's quite a shift here from a lot of these players, but we'll see what's going to be happening in the next 2 matches.
Now, it is definitely indicative of the beastly plays that is coming in from some of these players. What is really interesting to note is that it is going to be a shift into Erangel, which I believe it is going to be the favorite for the side of Q Confirm, and they could possibly score a bigger gap between themselves and the first place and the second place spot. We shall have to wait and see as we go on a short little break before we come back with our final 2 matches of the day for the PUBG Continental Series APAC region. So don't you dare go anywhere. We will be back.
안녕하세요. 大家好. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APAC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS1 Đông Á Châu Chi赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
OK Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
PCS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm PCS1 และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลอดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PCS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
If you click the esports tab from our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports.
记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。
Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
Oh, he's run away already.
그러다 보니까 남아있는 선수들은 그냥 들어가야 될 것 같은데. 네. 자, 위키도 혼자 다시아로 이동하고 있는데 코드로가 기다리고 있어요. 안전구역을 체크하려는 선발대 움직임이죠. 이거는 어쩔 수가 없어요. 예. 아, 위키드. 네. 맞습니다. 다른 인원들은 이제 안쪽. 야야야! 어?
还是会选择想要拉燕离。
对，哇，那就会让燕离越来越难被救起来了。修尊一个人先放到嘉伟在。
Yep, look who's coming over. Better luck next time. They were one of the teams, one of the 3 teams in the excellent position at the start. Arguably, maybe 4. Page has to go big or he's done. Information and control around the map. This could be the downfall. Nice attempt from Page. He's working every angle possible. And that phase to the Ocean fight is not over. FaZe are back on their feet, but as are Tornado Energy. And then further from the circle, Page. No, what a mistake from Page. Leaping. Really just taking away these moments from the opposition. And all he has to do is cost them more, and he's done.
대행이 있거든요. 성광탄 던져주고요. 근데 이미 바깥으로 빠져나와 있습니다. 활짝. 주인 바뀌었어요, 효소. 데미지를 많이 때려놨기 때문에 한번 다른 팀을 이번 자기도 앞에
time for a second. Initial contact round the corner. Hyru's going to feed this info. They're flooding through the smoke. There's one transfer. Third one is available to him. Should he get it? Oh my word.
여기 간다고요?
자!
없는 거 좀 확인하고 여기다 여기.
근데 없다고 브리핑이 나왔을 테니까
네.
안쪽으로 들어갈 때 깜짝
비었어.
놀랄 수 있죠! 기절하는 것 때문에 못 들어가고 있어요! 벡터!
야, 이거 진짜 네.
여기 없다며!
들어가지 못하고.
여기 없다며! 아무도 없다며!
자, 성강 들어갔습니다. 성강 들어가고요.
여기 소리 듣고 와!
또요!
Still going toe to toe. Plays. They turn up to the wrong shack, unfortunately, but one good nade here because they're committed. They have to do this, unfortunately. There's nowhere else to go. So one good grenade inside this building will be all 4 players going down. There's a fight on the opposing side. Oh my god!
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius.
Hello and welcome back here to PCS1 APAC. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be me, Player the Jay, and Nick Harris, aka The Hound, who will be bringing you more action here as we are about to have our final 2 matches coming up here on Erangel. But we've been having quite the roller coaster day for the chasing pack, and Q Confirm still standing solid there in the face of adversity. But I think there's nothing adverse about their points lead at this present moment, is there, Nick?
Well, there isn't that much in terms of adverse consequences that they could face, considering that Erangel has been, I could say, the home ground for the part of Q Confirm. They do have quite a bit of work to cut out for themselves. However, the comfortable point lead that they have been able to accrue is definitely indicative of a little bit more forgiving mistakes that could partake. I mean, even if they lose out quite a bit and get eliminated pretty early on, some of the second and third place teams really need to really push it in terms of placement points, as well as getting a high amount of eliminations that could benefit them and actually shake up the confidence of the side of Q Confirm. However, we did see that there is quite a number of players within the server, within the matchup, could definitely benefit from being the spoiler for members of Q Confirm. However, the consistency that has revealed itself for members of Q Confirm have been very revealing in the fact that it creates an atmosphere where they're able to consistently win out within the Erangel map, considering their speed of rotations as well as their high amount of kill commitment that definitely benefited them into getting a dominant amount of points in the first place position that they have been able to comfortably hold for the past few days.
Yeah, and especially since the first half of the tournament did have more Erangel rounds, that was definitely going to be for a big, huge plus there for Q confirm. And now they return back to home ground to close things out here as we're about to have our final 2 matches. And this is going to be our penultimate round. We're still going to see how this chasing pack is going to do. There's still a lot for them to fight for, but it might be that much more difficult for them to be able to catch the current leaders. And we're going to have our flight path here going all the way from the quarry side of things all the way up towards that northeast. And with this kind of spread, we're still going to be seeing a lot of the usual pastures being occupied. Q confirm, dominant fashion will be going for Pochinki Fury Australia. Again, going for Snoka Island, and Golden Cat will be going for School. So I think if any of the chasing pack want to have a good say in their final placing, I mean, they're definitely going to have to play a little bit more clutch. I dare say that they would be sweating a little bit more under the collar, albeit maybe not as much pressure to really try and overcome the kind of points difference that we're seeing there between the first and the rest of the pack. But at the very least between themselves, because Buriram United on the 133 points. I mean, there's only 10 points separating them and 5th place team Cerberus, who just won the previous round. So there's all to play for in terms of shaking up the final standings, as really between in the top 6 placings, it's all in the 5-digit area in terms of the overall prize winnings.
Well, what is really interesting to note is the fact that the circle has revealed itself hugging the eastern side of the map, with about 20 to 30% of that play area being denied with a body of water. As we look at the kill proportion, it is going to be Q confirmed ahead with a total of 106 kills, with Joman getting the highest percentage. Buriram United with Noadra with 37% and with 87 kills. Fury as well as Golden Cats round off our top 4 teams with the highest amount of kill proportions, with Aronan and Tonke respectively getting 34 and 32% in total for themselves. So it's rather interesting to see that the kill proportion is rather balanced for a lot of these teams. However, we do see that some of these players are able to score a higher percentage rather than most, considering their fragging potential within the map. Within the play, we do see that Fury has been rather consistent with picking out Sosnovka Island, which can be rather detrimental for them, considering that the amount of rotational options for them is rather limited, considering that it is going to be the west and the east bridge that is going to be their entry points into the other part of the island of Erangel. So I do believe that could put themselves in a rather precarious situation early game if they move in too fast. And I feel that with some of these teams holding on to its positions across the bridge, it could actually create a rather interesting damper for members of Fury to actually push into it, considering that the amount of exits is rather limited and the amount of angles that they could be fired upon is rather high, considering.
Yeah, absolutely right there. As we did see that Fury Australia, despite having this kind of, I think, yeah, apparently it's a different spot. I think there's not a lot of difference in the kind of positioning that we've seen. They've always been coming here as it's going to be most of the time available. Now, don't forget that they already forced the likes of Golden Cat out of there. But in terms of the rotation from there, yeah, even in those situations where it should have been giving them a little bit of a benefit, like say, for example, yesterday, I can't remember whether it was round 4 or 5, the circle was going to be around Primorsk and cover part of the island as well. So compared to all the other teams, they had a relatively clear route, but then they took it a little bit too long to try and get across the bridge. There were already these teams setting up on the gas station on the other side of that western bridge, and it was absolutely difficult for them. So remember, they had a very good day number 3 on the Miramar rounds, as we've been saying, as today also they've been doing pretty well. But when it came to that, you know, it just shut down all the progress that they had. They went out quite early in that particular game. Now we have some problems here for Buriram United as Vandal 9 trying to unleash, you know, he's going to be able to land some shots. Finally gets the headshot there to finish off Noradra, and that's the heavy hitter gone there from the Thai team. And they're going to be trying to see if they can set up some counter pressure on the other side. But Eagle Sentinel Shooter they're trying to already solidify their position here through Jexy, but there's going to be Eddie moving up. They are trying to get in the faces of the Indonesian squad. They're doing their K-Mine impersonations here, but Jexy is going to be the one to take him down with 6 HP remaining. And now Eddie and Godmeow looking to see what else they can do as more shots and nades are going to be flying in on that Indonesian player.
Very interesting indeed to see Eagle Sniper Shooter take down 2 members of Miramar United. Godmeow as well as ED are going to be surviving members, but we do see Eagle Sniper Shooter continuing the pressure as Jexy will be able to score 2 kills in their favor with 1 down with 1 kill credit to him and 1 down for himself as well. Definitely very interesting start for the side of Eagle Sniper Shooter, but it seems the entry fragger has been the receiving end of a good spray coming in for the side of Godmeow, but we do see Eddie as well has been taken down for the count, as we do see Godmeow trying his best to basically salvage the situation that is not beneficial towards him. Some good sprays coming in for Godmeow to create some pre-fire situations for him, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out by Jexy. But look at that, the amount of pressure that's coming in from the side of Eagle Sniper Shooter is really good. But the Twitch reactions coming in from the side of Godmeow is definitely playing into his favor here, as Vandal9 as well as Jexy looking towards getting more angles onto the side of Godmeow.
And there's not a lot that he can do, but he is stuck in such a hard place. But Vandal9 will be able to oblige here. Jexy hopping around the side, and that I can't help but feel is an absolute terrible travesty there. Is the 2v1 situation again. The advantage not being taken there, as they could have peeked at the same time and try and get a bit of a result. But looks like Godmeow will finally get spotted out as Day Trade from all around the gas station are going to be able to get the angles. And Miramar United, after looking so promising in the very first round of the day, have capitulated here up to now in match number 4. But now Fury Australia having problems, like you said, they were trying to get their rotations going through that eastern side, but it's not happening. There's going to be Bamut Gaming putting the dampener here on their aspirations, as now Jopsy is looking to spot them out. He manages to take down Art God. Now, there is going to be more players coming in. Mr. Khan is going to try and see what he can do. There's not a lot of time here for Doxy to try and cover the distance, get a little bit more cover under his feet, so to speak. But the nades will be flying out from the Filipino team, and they're not quite able to hit it. This could be enough time to get Insight back up here, as Fury Australia looks to bounce back.
Mr. Chan right now looking towards adding some pressure to his Jokesy, but this could be very interesting indeed, as we do see Jokesy right now trying to get that fire back onto his Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan being rather aggressive indeed, will be able to take down Fury Australia. And you see that Bahamut Gaming, the Filipino team, has acted as the spoiler for the side of Fury Australia, relegating them to the lobby with some beautiful shots towards him. I do believe that what I said was very much true, and you definitely agree with that, that considering the limited amount of exits and rotational options for the side of Fury has acted as a double-edged knife for them. They were able to basically cover quite a bit of ground, but considering that Bahamut Gaming were pretty much holding on and marking them, it seemed that Fury Australia have quite a bit of work cut out for themselves heading into the next match up. However, we are going to be switching over to the mansion side here the museum side here for the side of Golden Cat, with one member, Tong K, down for the count and 1 kill in confirmed for them. It seems that Mixona's Tinoy as well as Six Sacks have quite a bit of work cut out for themselves as we look at Day Trade Gaming, who are in Sosnoka Island as well. They have quite a bit of ground for themselves to cover. They are still within the circle, as we do see that they have tremendous amounts of ground between themselves, and standing in the way is going to be DIC Gaming as well as Bahamut Gaming, who are going to be holding on towards some really good real estate compared to Day Trade. They have to fight their way in.
Oh, it looks like Yoshi, Miburi, and Janku are going to be able to unload there. B is not going to be able to survive that rotation, as he was a bit of a trailblazer going up in those flames. But now we're going to see that the likes of Carnage are going to benefit from their teammates expiring, as they're going to be able to find a more safe pasture to try and deal with future rotations. But again, we're likely to see MSC Theathon move into a better position themselves, and this is just going to continue onwards. My boy and the rest of Bahamut Gaming, they're actually moving away from the bridge camp here, just as Day Trade is actually thinking of making their moves. Now, this could be a little bit of a something that they can't really have known was going to transpire, but this is still something to watch out for as we go on. As in the meantime, we're going to be seeing that the likes of Cerberus under fire from Q confirmed. They're going to continue their rotation as we're going to be having a very odd 1v1 battle at the moment here in the trenches between Levi's and the likes of Jet. Currently the nade flying out. There's nowhere to go. The bounce is perfect. Levi's gets absolutely wasted there. And Jet should be able to finish him off before any other Divine members can have a say. They're actually hightailing it there down west. There's not going to be any more influence from them. They're going to be one man down for the rest of match number 4.
Very interesting indeed, as Maugi were able to score quite a number of kills in that particular situation. We do see that Bahamut Gaming has created a very interesting situation for the side of Daytrade. Daytrade right now trying to get there as much real estate as they can. Some smokes being dropped down, trying to save the member that has already been down for the count, which is Venotica. I do believe that he will be able to be picked up without much punishment from members of Bahamut Gaming, but Bahamut Gaming more concerned with getting more real estate between themselves and Daytrade Gaming. We do see Mighty right now taking some of those long range shots, but my boy as well as Shin Ryuji will not be punished that hard here, considering that they are going to be considering distance between themselves and a Daytrade. But Daytrade could actually put themselves in a situation where they are going to be chasing after members of Bahamut Gaming. We are going to be going towards members of Golden Cat here, holding on towards that centered side compound that could create a few gatekeeping opportunities for them. Now let's take a look at the perspective of Q Confirm. Joman right now looks to me that he is pretty much concerned with denying rotational options for the members of Cerberus Esports and decides to bug out immediately, put a little bit of a slow damper for the side of Cerberus Esports, trying to push out from that underground bunker that could push themselves in a situation that, look at that, I mean 2 to 3 vehicles already denied for the members of Cerberus Esports, so they have to move on foot. That creates an opportunity for members of Q Confirm to actually go for a long-range flank here and try to get some shots over towards members of Cerberus, because we do see that they are very much spread out for the side of Q Confirm, which is something that is really revealing towards the comfort of them on Erangel, because we don't see the same kind of formations that they have on Miramar compared to Erangel, Jay.
Yeah, you're quite right, Nick. And I guess, yeah, Q confirmed they just know exactly how they want to be approaching this game, albeit they are on the periphery. So that could be playing a little bit of a factor that they have managed to account for a lot of the variables of teams coming in late from that western side as they've been patrolling up and down here. And by absolutely smothering that mobility there, as we saw 3 of the vehicles getting disabled by, well, the vehicles belonging to Cerberus, excuse me. Yeah, definitely going to enable them to be feeling a little bit more safe as, of course, their proving grounds are going to be a bit further north. And now they're going to be able to put pressure on the likes of Golden Cat without fear of reprisal from themselves or other teams in the vicinity, as right now Tinoi is going to be holding the Alamo for the time being, and we're going to be seeing more loot crates going to be dropping out here over Erangel. But there is still going to be quite a bit of action ongoing at the moment. Golden Cat just trying to consolidate themselves as much as possible. I mean, they already lost Tong K, and if they want to try and leapfrog over the likes of Buriram, they're going to have to get a bit more of a solid footing in this game. Currently, they're all the way here on that western side, and when you're next to Q Confirm, I don't think your life expectancy is going to be all that high.
And I totally agree with you on that, mainly because that Q Confirm, they do have quite a bit of sustainability options, but the problem with having such a spread out formation means that pickoffs will definitely be very punishing indeed, as the amount of ground that they have to cover between themselves is very vast. And if one of them gets knocked down, it definitely puts them in a detrimental position. As we see a care package here dropping onto the side of Maugi, will definitely enjoy that level 3 helmet, as well as a vest with the Groza going over towards top 1 Sever. Definitely going to be working it into their advantage, considering the high amount of damage that the Groza provides. But we do see that the recoil pattern for the side of the Groza is definitely a beast to handle. We do see that Cerberus were able to actually move out, despite the fact that they had a little bit of mobility taken away from them, but we do see that they have moved up, and this could be an opportunity for them to act as dampers towards Q Confirm, but Q Confirm a little bit tighter in terms of their numbers, whereas Susbang as well as Basil will have to basically respond. Susbang as well as Smell, excuse me, will have to work towards bolstering a little bit of the numbers here. They have to be careful that they don't get spotted out by members of Divine who are holding on towards the west side of Prison, as well as members of Gearbox who are on the eastern side of Prison as well, closer towards Lipovka. So it is a rather spread out circle, spread out population of teams, and we do see that with the circle revealing itself towards Mansion, parts of Prison, as well as the western side of Lipovka, it is going to be interesting and beneficial towards members of Carnage who are holding the center of the circle. May create an opportunity to gatekeep for some of these teams, provided that the topography of the map on that side of the circle will benefit them in the next few stages of the circles closing in on them.
Yeah, and we're going to get the likes of Maugi Esports and also Gearbox both having good positions. Maugi already hightailing it very quickly from that eastern side of Prison. They're going to be moving into the compound just a short distance northeast of that position, and that's going to allow them to have a good position to lock down the zones and make it difficult for people to rotate. My boy going to be one of the first to fall in this phase of the game, but now Q Confirm moving straight into Golden Cap. I'm not sure if they're too aware of the presence here. They definitely know it's a possibility to come in, guns blazing. Utility is flying out. They're heart set on chucking everything inside the building, but there's actually only 6 stacks in there, but that's going to be enough. Spin takes down 1, but there's going to be their trade there as Dinoy gets him back, but the nade from Gems is absolutely devastating. Joeman goes down. Gems is also going to be finished off here as Spit will be able to get one. Q Confirm doing all the right things in their assault here, but Spit will fall on Jayers' grenade, and it seems as though the only ones that can kill Q Confirm is going to be themselves. Maxonis will be the last player left remaining here. He's priming the nade. He just has to get it inside the building here, but he actually took it out of his unequipped item. So he didn't actually throw it, but now he's going to be rotating around the side. His nade will actually take down Spit as he tries to get behind the building here. And now this is absolutely a precarious spot in this 1v1 between Maxonis and Jayers, but it looks like Jayers will succeed, and that's going to be him likely getting up the entirety of his team. And look at the grit and determination being shown by Q Confirm, even with the kind of lead that they have.
Very interesting indeed that members of Q Confirm actually rest on their laurels, but it seems that dominance is the name of the game for the side of Q Confirm, as considering that Buriram United, Golden Cat as well as Fury have been eliminated rather early on. The only threat they have is Cerberus Esports as well as MSC Teraton right now. But we do see that considering the amount of lead that members of Q Confirm have is definitely going to benefit them. But some good shots that are coming in from the side of Genforce as well as Simoy 15G being able to take down Jayers, but it seems that only one member left for the count, and it's going to be Svit, not living up towards the name of being the first to go. But no, it's not going to be enough, as Smell will be able to take down Svit in a burst of flame. Q Confirm has been eliminated at 11th spot, but it seems that the points will definitely be in their favor here, as we are going to be watching more and more of these teams fight off against one another. It is going to be the bottom half of the top 8 with Cerberus Esports, MSC Teraton, Victim Rise, as well as some of the other teams are going to be still sustaining into the final few circles, as we do see that the circle for Phase 5 is going to reveal itself in the next few seconds. As we see it time and time again, Carnage has been on the lucky side of the coin flip, as they are going to be holding on to its towards a compound that is going to benefit them in terms of sightlines as well as information gathering. We do see that some of these teams in the form of Cerberus Esports, MSC Teraton, Victim Rise, as well as Gearbox holding on to its 4 members on their roster. Divine with only 3, Daytrade and Maugi are going to be still holding on to 4. The rest of them, at least 3 to 2 members down for the count. We do see Smell right now taking in a little bit of shots from the side of Jet. Rain being able to get that third-party kill confirm onto his side here as Maugi taking in a lot of damage. We do see that members of Cerberus as well are taking in a lot of shots from the side of Victim Rise as well as Carnage. It seems that they are going to be putting themselves in the situation, but it's going to be Top 1-7 that gets the kill onto the Cerberus Ziga 1, but it's going to be Damsi from the side of Divine that gets that kill confirmed. Rafter Jr. will be able to take down one member from the side of Victim Rise, and you see that Victim Rise may actually be poised to push onto the members of Maugi as well as MSC Teraton. MSC Teraton looking towards getting some of these shots. Cerberus Esports with only one member and one kill to their favor, and it's going to be Susbang, the last surviving members, as Victim Rise is going to be poised to push off into the center of the circle. Mansion as well as some the southern side of Mansion will be rather populated with some of these other teams fighting off against one another, as Victim Rise looking towards interest of being the third man spoiler in this matchup.
And right now, the likes of Cerberus getting absolutely decimated trying to push in there. But speaking of decimation, it's going to be Divine that gets absolutely slaughtered here, as they're going to all expire at the hands of Daytrade. And now Daytrade will be able to embark further north, but they have still got the Vietnamese squad of Maugi Esports to worry about. Top 1-7 putting the Graza to great effect there and able to chew up two of the players there from Cerberus straight away after they disembark from their vehicles. But now looks like Maugi will be able to hold onto the trenches a little bit longer. Daytrade is actually going to be circling all the way down this southern side, as they're going to still have a bit of distance to cover before they start to put pressure. But Gearbox is the one who will be turning aggressor in this particular exchange. They're going to be having a good vantage point over the entirety of that trench network, but they do have to worry about this potential threat that's going to be coming over here on the western side. But Daytrade is kind of announcing their assault here. They are popping the smokes. It is going to be a little bit apparent, but are they going to be too aware of the positioning that we're seeing coming out from Maugi Esports? They will remain to be seen, but right now we're going to see that the circle is going to be moving towards the Mansion side of things. Can't help but feel that MSC Theraton are going to be fancying their chances here, but again, they have been playing very passive and definitely not looking like they are going to be trying their hardest to get into that top 5. They've been outside in 6th position for the longest of times. This could be their chance if they're going to be able to step up in this match number 4.
As we're going to be seeing members of Daytrade right now going belly flat in this particular situation, dropping in as much smokes as they can, because they have to be very wary of members of Maugi that are holding on towards the front side of their rotation. So they have to be very wary, but there could be an opportunity for them to backstab members of Maugi, considering that the numbers advantage are in favor of Daytrade. We do see that Maugi right now takes a bit of a proactive approach and spreading out. Smokes have been dropped down for the side of Daytrade with 7 kills in their favor, and Mighty leading the charge with 3 in his pocket. We do see that Daytrade could actually put themselves in a situation that could benefit them, but they have to fight their way in. Maugi have been holding on to the situation, but you see that Victim Rise right now putting in pressure onto the other side, to the side of Daytrade as well as Maugi Esports. You see that the Indonesian team are poised to be the third man spoiler in the situation between Daytrade as well as Maugi, looking towards getting some of those trenches in their favor. It seems that Daytrade are very much poised to push. Noctan as well as Gakon are going to be holding on towards sides here, but you do see Daytrade, oh, very nicely done from the side of Mighty. It seems that Gakon to be able to take down Mighty. Mighty has been bleeding out in this particular situation, but we do see that members of Daytrade are going to be able to get some kills towards the side of Maugi, and Maugi definitely feeling the pain here with 2 members down for the count and 1 member left, but it's not going to be enough as Maugi will be taken out for the count. Top 1-7 will not be able to survive this matchup, this encounter, but we do see Miles right now very sneaky indeed. Some very good sprays here, but Rasta Jr. from the side looking towards ending Kamal's here, but will not be able to take him down for the count. Susbang, very nicely done here, trying to be the sneaky one onto the side of Victim Rise and victimizing them, but we do see Veronica being able to take down Gearbox with a nicely thrown nade and will be able to secure that kill, which is the next victim for the side of Daytrade. Mighty seems that Mighty was the victim of friendly fire here coming in from his own teammate, but Cerberus Susbang will be the receiving end of very beautifully thrown nade from the side of Kamals from Victim Rise. 5 teams, 16 players on the map. What do you think is going to happen here as we head into the final stages of the game, Jay?
Well, let's see how the circle's going to be shifting. Looks like it's going to be favoring the likes of Gearbox. They're definitely going to be fancying their chances, and likely we're going to be seeing Carnage staying inside the compound for as long as possible, but they're going to see what kind of influence they can kind of stretch out. Victim Rise, wasting no time, they're going to be moving straight into the zone here and trying to erect a little bit of a cover in this defilade to work to their advantage. But right now, Gearbox, after getting dominance on their southern side, they got a lot of room to play around with, and we're already seeing DIC Gaming having to pop quite a bit of smoke here as the likes of Carnage are trying to make their life as difficult as possible and really don't want to give them any free real estate if they can avoid it. But Sixtrin will be looking to claim his first kill of the game here, just covering the angles. MSC Theathon, they got to come out from their high tower there and really just try and navigate, get into a bit of a better spot, but it looks like Yoshi Minburi is going to be able to find out Anquan, and looks like the Vietnamese team not able to replicate that standout performance that they had earlier today, getting the 25 points on the board. Simoy and the rest of Victim Rise will be able to move in, but they have got the least cover out of all these teams. Rosita Jr. trying to get into a better spot here, and he's going to be able to get out on the right side of the vehicle and offer a little bit more cover. He has to make that permanent if he wants to be able to sustain, and now the fort is almost complete. As more smoke's popping out, they're going to be looking to hold on to this position for as long as possible, but right now they are stuck between 2 angles here. One on one side, Victim Rise, but it's going to be Keeper going down first here, whereas the likes of Gearbox is going to be also influencing things from a distance. MSC Theathon, they're going to be in a tight spot. They need to try, divide, and conquer. They're taking quite a bit of a positional advantage here onto the likes of Victim Rise, just because they're going to be able to segregate this entire zone almost in half.
Very interesting that MSC Theathon are going to be working with a very good number of players, but it seems that just as I said it, Carnage, Monty has been able to take down Rosita Jr. Gearbox right now with the numbers advantage. It seems that they are going to be holding on towards some very interesting spots. Victim Rise right now being popped off with some really good shots here for the side of Gearbox. 4 members now aiming towards members of Victim Rise, but we do see Carnage right now being able to punish Chin with some really good shots. Rain is definitely going to be raining hell onto the side of Gearbox, but we do see that Simoy 15G from the side of Victim Rise will be able to get the kill credit in this particular situation. We do see that MSC Theathon were able to pick up that one member down for the count, and it seems that MSC Theathon is going to be the team that enjoys the most in terms of the numbers, but it is short-lived here as Sixtrin will be able to take down another shot onto the side of MSC Theathon. But we do see that coming in from the side of Victim Rise. It seems that Y8 has been a very interesting backstabber here to take down Kamal's one, and leaving Simoy 15G, the last surviving member for the side of Victim Rise. Victim Rise have quite a bit of work to work with, considering that they have to fight off against MSC Theathon and 4 members, Gearbox with 3, and Carnage with 3 as well. This is going to be a very interesting final few circles as we are going to be heading into phase number 8, closing off in the next 50 seconds. Definitely going to add a lot of urgency and a lot of priority towards a real estate, as members of MSC Theathon spend quite a bit of utility towards ending, towards denying sightlines. We do see Victim Rise has been eliminated, considering that they have been pinned out. No utilities on his favor here. We do see Rain right now putting in some good shots down range, but it's got to be careful that he does not get spotted out by members of Gearbox. Gearbox could actually be very, very poised to put on the fire onto the right side flanks, but we do see Ilonix may actually have to take in a little bit of damage here, and it is going to be Monty as well. Sixtrin taking down 2 to 3 members from the side of MSC Theathon, and we do see the numbers advantage fail for the side of MSC Theathon here, as Yoshi Minburi will be the last surviving member, will have to take a little bit of damage here, and it's going to be Y8 that takes him down from the right side flank. It is going to be a fight here between members of Gearbox and Carnage. 3v3 situation between these 2 teams.
Right now, looks like MSC Theathon not able to get the first win there, whereas these 2 teams will be looking to get their second on the board, but it is looking precarious, a bit more precarious for the likes of Carnage, but they have been enjoying quite a number of the frags so far in these later stages. 5 kills in this game. They're looking to try and push up here as much as possible. Unlike MSC Therathon, they still have a bit of utility, but so does Gearbox. They're continuing to move down along the lines here as this final circle is converging all of these players together, but we're already seeing some strategic repositioning with some assets available to the team, as this is going to be allow them to move into this no man's land a little bit more on the safer side. But look at the spread that is coming out here from the likes of Gearbox. Sixrin not able to get out from this one here. Rain is going to be behind the trees still, but look at the number of nades landing at his feet. It's going to be a bit more difficult for him to try and get out of that one. Monty just able to catch him out, and looks like from a 2v3 situation it's become a 1v2 in favor of the likes of Carnage, and they're both trying to get up their players as fast as they can, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Jen is getting the heals off, but he's actually not resting on his laurels just yet. He's going to get the flanking position first, then he's going to start healing, as things are going to reset ever so much here, but it's still going to be in favor here of the players from down under, as they're still trying to do what they can from this narrow spot. Can't help but feel that Gearbox is going to have a little bit more of a positional advantage available to them.
What's really interesting is that one nade towards the side of Carnage could actually spell doom for them. Y8 nicely done to be able to take down Sixrin. Sixrin has been a bit of a pain in terms of the number of kills, but it seems that Carnage have put themselves in a very precarious situation here, as Gearbox will be able to work with quite a bit of cover here, but it seems that Y8 has been taken off at the count. Jen is the last surviving member. He goes for the heal. Could this be an opportunity for the side of Monty to be able to score that kill? And there is an opportunity. Nope. He will be able to go for those shots, but the heal is good for the side. And no, it's not going to be enough as Carnage scores the final kill with a total of 8 kills in their pocket. Jay.
And they managed to grind that one out. Is it going to be the numbers advantage? Is it going to be the positional advantage? Looks like it's going to be numbers that edges out here in the final stages here of match number 4. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the match results here after seeing that absolute meat grinder of a game. Carnage living up to their namesake, getting 18 points there on the board. MSC Therathon, they're going to be able to get 13 kills together with Gearbox, but not able to make use of those numbers that they had in those later stages, and Gearbox just missing out in a little bit there in that 1v1. Daytrade going to be able to get 10 points from this game. Victim Rise getting back into the top half of the table, but it might be a bit too late for them to really affect the standings here with only the 7 points. Bamu Gaming, Buriram United, and Q Confirm all getting 4 points apiece. Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Mauga Esports, Cerberus Esports, DIC Gaming, all going to be claiming 3, and they're going to be followed up by the likes of Divine Esports, Golden Cat, Fury Australia, and Astra.
Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards and see what does that reveal to us. 180 points for Q Confirm, getting more and more dominant in terms of holding on to that top spot. We do see that Buriram United as well as Golden Cat, very interesting indeed, and it seems that with a very, very precarious elimination towards Fury, they have been pushed down from the 3rd spot all the way down towards the 5th spot, as Cerberus were able to overtake them. Not too much in terms of the point discrepancy between themselves. However, we do see that MSC Therathon, Gearbox, as well as Victim Rise are going to be making up our top 8 of the total leaderboard. On our lower 8 of the total leaderboards, it is going to be Divine Esports, Daytrade Gaming, Maugi Esports, DIC Gaming, Astra, Carnage, Bahamut Gaming, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter to round off our total leaderboards for match number 4, day 4 of the PUBG Continental Series, Jay.
And let's take a look at the damage dealers, the top damage dealers from match number 4. And we're going to have Rain giving a Hellfire there in 743 points worth of that. In fact, Flash from Daytrade will be getting 633 himself. Jen is going to be in 3rd, where Sixrin also going to back up his teammate, as Carnage, of course, did manage to take that win. Yoshi Minburi for MSC Therathon is going to feature in that number 5 spot.
Well, let's take a look at our top damage dealers. Across days 1 to 4 is going to be Joman, Noadra, Jayas, Gems, as well as Jankutov, with a total of 5,870. 5,865, 5,713, 5,676, and 4,955 respectively. And it seems like it's an all Thailand affair for our damage dealers here across 4 days, with 4 days in total. We are going to look at the top kills in total. It's going to be Joman leading charge with 36, Noadra with 33, Vanatica with 32, Rona with 29, and Linksy with 29. Definitely big scores for each and every one of them, but it seems that it does not mean that the high amount of kills will suggest a dominant display. However, we do see that considering that Q Confirm has had a very interesting spread of damage as well as kills, it definitely benefits them in terms of being able to hold on to that top spot for such a long time. Experience as well as a very good spread of mechanical prowess is definitely benefiting and definitely fitting towards aspirations of championship wins for the side of Q Confirm, Jay.
Yeah, Q Confirm have been looking very impressive and definitely look as though they have been taking the fight to the competition and lighting them up. But we have got one final round left to play, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be taking a short break. And after that, we will be seeing how this whole story is going to be finishing for the current leaders and for the rest of the competition. I'm Player Jay, he's the Hound, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic four-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our grand final matchup. We have had 19 games in total for the PUBG Continental Series 1 APAC, and it has been very, very interesting indeed. It has been such an honor to be casting such a wonderful display of high-level PUBG action. I'm the Hound, he is Player of the J, and we are excited to bring to you our final game of the entire series. And man, oh man, has it been very exciting indeed. Jay, it seems that Q Confirm do have it in the bag. What are your thoughts about that? And what do you think the rest of the total leaderboards have to say about that heading into this final game?
Well, I think Q Confirm taking this huge lead and almost certainly going to be walking away with it here. This has been absolutely impressive to watch. We've been seeing them at this level of competition for some time now at the APAC and Southeast Asia level. They've formerly known also as the Four Horsemen. Now, they have been around for a while, but they've never been quite able to really break into the upper echelons of the competition. But it is all coming together now after being able to get 2 successive top 3 finishes in their own Thai series this year, and also taking the competition into the extremes in the Charity Showdown and also in the Southeast Asia series. They are looking like champions. They have gone from leaps and bounds to be able to achieve such a remarkable level of consistency, not just from tournament to tournament, but of course in this very competition. And when we look at the rest of the opponents that have come here to play, they have not nearly put in the same level of effort or preparation as what we have seen from Q Confirm. We've seen a lot of great performances coming out from these teams, yes, over the course of the 19 rounds, but I think it's very telling that they're all relatively hot and cold. Buriram United is a great example that we've just seen over the course of today. First match, they look as though they really want to catch up to Q Confirm, but then they're not able to deliver in the subsequent matches. And I think this has been the entire field here. A lot of them new teams to this stage. They're all trying to find their footing, trying to get that experience. It's always going to be so difficult to play here. And so far, Q Confirm has really come out with their playbook, and they're showing it in spades.
And it's definitely very revealing indeed to see that the top 3 teams are all from the same region, which is Thailand. So it's very, very revealing indeed to show that the aggressive gameplay style of the Thais are definitely in the forefront in terms of how they are being able to hold on to those top 3 spots. However, Cerberus as well as Fury still have quite a bit of work cut out for them, because it is going to be the final game. So it is going to be the prerogative of a Fury to be able to show them a little bit of the Australian power in the top 5 spots. They do have quite a bit of opportunity to catch on over towards members of Buriram United and Golden Cats as well. So it is going to be very interesting indeed to see how they are going to be doing. Let's take a look at the previous match here, as we are going to be seeing Kamal's being taken down for the count by his own teammate. Definitely a very, very precarious situation that he has put himself in. But we are going to be watching the viewpoint of Victor Morais, one of the teams, in my opinion, that is very, very much underrated. We were very curious to see how the Indonesian teams as well as the Filipino teams were going to perform here. And it seems that the Indonesian teams of Victor Morais have had a very meteoric rise, not only clawing their way up onto the bottom half, from the bottom half of the leaderboards, but were able to be very convincing in some of these games. And I feel that Victor Morais, they just need a little bit of polish, and they could be a very, very threatening force to deal with in the next iteration of the matchups that could come up. But I mean, we can't count them out too soon, because they have been acting as spoilers for a lot of these top tier teams, and I do believe that it is on their minds to act as spoilers here and score a little bit higher in the overall leaderboards as the game progresses, Jay.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and that's an absolute testament to their ability and their skills. That is definitely on par with the likes of all of these powerhouses that we're seeing coming out from the APAC region. And honestly, Victor Morais is again one of those teams that they're no strangers to the Southeast Asia level of tournaments, but again, they look as though that they're garnering quite a bit of that much needed experience that is going to benefit them immensely as time goes on. And they're going from leaps and bounds. They're not slowing down, and they're continuing to consistently represent Indonesia at the highest level. Flash here is going to get spotted out by Noradra as Buriram United, looking to try and put a little bit of dominance over this side. But right now, Day Trade, they don't have much presence at the lumber mill, and it's not really going to deter Flash. He has to try and put as much discouraging of a factor to pursuing him himself there on the side of Noradra. So we're going to see that he's actually going to be bugging out here, not wanting to really try and deal with that. I think Buriram, they've dealt with too many of these early game uncertainties today that have capitulated in them going out very early and just not performing all that fantastic.
Very interesting to note that Buriram United has been on the receiving end of very interesting spoilers here as day number 4 comes to conclusion, excuse me, as we do see that Cerebus Esports right now may actually be spotted out by members of Bahamut Gaming, and it's very interesting to note that this could be an opportunity for Shin Ryuji to actually put a bit of a damper for the side of Cerebus Esports, because if they get taken down and are immediately eliminated from this could prove an opportunity for the side of Fury, because there is only a point difference between themselves and the 4th spot. So what is interesting to note for the side of Fury Australia is that if they're able to score up at least 5 kills and a higher position compared to Golden Cat as well as Cerebus, they will be able to steal that 3rd spot away. But it's really dependent on whether or not Bahamut Gaming could act and create that opportunity for the side of Fury Australia to score a big points hitting into the later stages of the game. Big nade there being tossed out, but it seems that Basil will not be punished due to that nade. We do see that Shin Ryuji right now moving up, and the sound cues coming in from the side of Cerebus signifies the clear opportunity for members of Bahamut Gaming to be able to get some of those shots. And it seems that Smell will be taking a little bit of that damage, but will not be punished too hard by Shin Ryuji.
Yeah, he's still trying to land the shots there, but not really going to be falling for him just yet. And right now, with the amount of points difference being so small between the top placings, anything can happen. And all of these teams will be fighting for those extra digits without a doubt. Cerberus is currently in 4th position. They are just 1 point ahead, as you mentioned, over Fury Australia, and they could still be within great touching distance of overhauling the lead that Buriram United has over them. So getting up to 2nd place, it's no mean feat, and it definitely will mean that they get to take away a much larger share of the prize pool. 2nd place does get that 35,000, and 3rd will be getting 20,000. So I mean, like, it's a huge jump there. 4th gets pretty much the difference. It's 15,000 from their part. So they're all looking to see what else they can do. Golden Cat currently, they've been not really been able to capitalize when their fellow opponents have kind of fallen by the wayside, but we'll see if they can try and change things here in the final match where it really counts. But Malgi, again, we've seen some good plays coming out of them, but slowly they've been dropping out of the top 5 and now currently residing in that 11th spot.
Now, 8 minutes into the game has elapsed, and we do see that no members have been eliminated already, which could actually foreshadow a very interesting final few circles here, because we do see that most of the early game kills have been mostly coming from all of these early game rotations that members are able to get some pickoffs. We do see that B2 taking a little bit of damage there. He's got to be careful that he doesn't stay there for too long. Some really good shots coming towards him, however, will not be punished with the down there, as members of Carnage are looking towards repositioning and trying to get a better flanking and a line of sight towards opponents of Astra that towards Astra that could be holding on towards them. We do see Victor Rise right now looking towards getting it, and we do see that it is shades of match number 4 just now, with the circle hugging in a big body of water here. We do see that a lot of the team population is going to be hugging it, and look at that, Jay. What do you think about this second circle onto the side of Milton Power? Definitely a lot of grief for a majority of these players here that are outside of the coast.
You know it, and this is exactly the kind of circle everyone loves to close out an amazing tournament, and I'm absolutely thrilled that this is going to be how we're going to be finishing things. This is one of the areas of the map where it's so hard to navigate through. Entry Fragger can't navigate his way off the vehicle, it would seem, and he's going to go down. But now, looks like Buriram United will be able to catch a little bit of a whiff of Fury Australia, trying to take that first mover advantage, getting into Milta Power right now. But they're actually going to be taking this compound, and partly due to the fact that it's not going to be a circle that's going to go right to the coast, because once you get to phase 4, it's going to prioritize 100% land if it's available. So that's something that they're keeping in mind. We're already seeing that small Milta Power is going to be occupied, though, and now Cerberus trying to find a spot here. They're actually making a big 180 here, as Buriram United is not really setting up their front door to receive visitors. As Malgi's also taking quite a bit of damage as Free Australia is trying to make or rather take advantage of the fact that they move here first. They're going to have all of these angles set up on all these rotations.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of Fury, inside being able to get the kill credit in that particular situation against Malgi, and it seems that Malgi will have to continue this game with 3 members in total, but we do see that members of Gearbox right now putting in a damper for the side of Malgi, as they are going to be denying the rotational value that could be coming in from the side of Malgi. We do see that it is going to be very interesting indeed, as everyone is going to be converging onto Milta Power, with Cerberus Esports being first onto the spot here, being able to hold on towards a very good piece of real estate. We do see that there is going to be a lot of early game urgency for a lot of these teams, mainly because of the high amount of high bodies of water that is going to be within the circle. The lower amount of playground that they have to work with here is definitely going to be conducive towards an all hell breaking loose for a lot of these players competing against one another. We do see DIC Gaming right now holding on towards the Defilade here, could be exposed towards some enfilade fire that could be coming in from members of Daytrade that put in pressure towards the members of DIC Gaming. They are going to try to bug out as much as they can, but you see that Daytrade's Puchios looking towards getting some downs here in this particular situation, but will not be able to get it. But they are going to be careful though that DIC Gaming could actually push on towards them.
And right now, they are actually not certain exactly where they want to be trying to finish their journey, and they're right back where they started. 74L1 wondering what the heck his teammates are doing right back next to him. But now look at Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They're trying to race into a quick spot here. Vandal 9 trying to be the vanguard, as he's going to go all the way past Gearbox. They're not even attempting to shoot at him. But this is a bit of a desperation play. He does have a teammate on his back, makes it ever so much more juicy for other teams to shoot at them. And already Entry Fragger is going to be tanking quite a bit of damage, and he's going to be falling off there. Joxy is going to be able to confirm the kill. Vandal 9 is jumping down, and he's going to get in just safely enough. But no, Insight is going to be having the perfect shot that he had no idea what's going to happen. And did I say the circle would be a little bit more fortuitous? Not just yet. Phase 3 is looking to be absolutely devastating for all these teams. It is going to force everyone here to this Milta Power side, and look at how many are absolutely nowhere from safety.
Well, what's interesting to note is 100% grief for players that are, for teams that are not Fury as well as Cerberus, considering how quick they were to hold on towards this juicy piece of real estate that is Milta Power. You do see that there is going to be very much urgent movements towards Milta Power, which is going to be very revealing and indicative of where the final few battle zones is going to be. We do see that members of Divine right now taking in a little bit of damage here and trying to go for the right side flank of this particular situation, as we do see that members of Cerberus right now holding on towards some really good spots, but we do see Namsi right now for the side of Divine picking off one member and being able to confirm a kill towards the side of Cerberus Esports. We do see Carnage right now, 4 mans on the boat, and we did say it already that if they are going to be using the particular body of water to get into some really good piece of real estate here, they are going to be, oh my goodness gracious me, a burst of flame immediately destroys them, but it's going to be to the last surviving member for the side of Carnage. Beautifully done for the side of Fury. Look at that, and it seems that it is going to be very interesting indeed, as Fury is tied up for 3rd spot here with the side of Golden Cats, and it seems that Fury Australia, despite the fact that the lead is going to be elusive towards them, they are going to be aiming towards the 2nd spot, closing it out with 7 points differential between themselves and Burudam United. It's very important to see how these final few stages are going to go. 16 teams are still in play here. We do see Q Confirm is going to be moving in towards these final few stages of the game with a relative aggression here, as they are going to be looking towards getting some shots over towards members of Golden Cat. But look at that.
Spit is actually going to be taking quite a bit of damage there, as Golden Cat going to be there on the low ground, also making their rotation now after realizing there would be aggressors, is going to be up there on the hill. They're actually going to rotate around the side. Maxona is going to punish Jayers, and now looks like they're trying to move in, and Jem trying to do what he can. It's not going to work out so well, as Tonke is going to be able to put through that one, and now there's going to be further rotations, but this blue zone is going to start making things a little bit more treacherous here for Joeman, as his position is very well known, but I think this could be a moment here for Golden Cat to cut their losses. They're leaving their 2 team members behind in search of greener pastures, but the greener pastures are going to have Fury Australia right in front of them. They're going to use the terrain expertly here to cover a little bit of distance, but they actually going to try and lick the wounds, go for cover, but they can't quite get in there just yet. As Kikamuka, he's going to take down Tomke. Joeman finally going to be able to claim his kill after the expiration there of that Golden Cat player. Look at this circle and how many teams are stuck in their precarious spots. Day Trade Gaming, they're going to be all the way there on the coastal side of things, just trying to exercise their dominance there over the likes of DIC Gaming. Milta Power itself is still going to be quite populated by some of these other teams.
What's very interesting to note is the fact that Fury has been poised to hold on towards a position that could benefit them. Golden Cat is standing in their way in terms of the 3rd spot, but it seems that Maxonus is going to be the last surviving member for the side of Golden Cat. And this could be an opportunity for the side of Fury to actually be able to score a big kill here, and it just seems that it's a very, very convenient for the side of Fury Australia to be able to be aiming down and locking down members of Golden Cat, the last surviving member of Golden Cat from movement. And what I like about this is that Fury is very, very smart indeed, very good decision making for them to be hugging onto the coastal side. And I feel that the only reason that they have to be worried about is the only threat they have to be worried about is coming from Carnage. But Carnage only 1 surviving member, so it is going to work for them. And it seems that Golden Cat has been eliminated from the game, and it seems that 3rd spot is in favor, is in the eyesight and aspirations for the side of Fury, but they are not going to be happy with just the 3rd spot, because it seems that just 8 more points between themselves and Miramar United from scoring 2nd spot. Will Fury be able to get this 2nd spot away from the side of Miramar United? We'll have to wait and see the positioning towards phases 5 and 6, as we do see that Ikikamukau as well as other members of Fury are holding on towards a very, very advantageous position. Joeman right now hiding in that smoke, and this could be the definition, this could be the difference between 2nd and 3rd spot here for the side of Fury if they're able to take down Joeman. Joeman hiding in a cloud of smoke that has been set up for himself, but amount of defilade is not actually very beneficial for him. And look at that, Miramar United now taking some of these shots towards Joeman. Joeman is in a very precarious situation, and it seems that Q confirm has been taken out for the count from the side of Miramar United's Edie. And we do see that last point there being denied from the side of Fury. Fury right now definitely furious with their aspirations and goals of 2nd and 3rd spot denied from them from the side of Miramar United. This could be an opportunity for Fury to push in a little bit more. Cerebus right now definitely enjoying the middle spot of the middle spot of Milta slightly, and we do see that other members of MSC Teraton as well as Miramar United are going to try to move into Milta power plant. Definitely going to be very treacherous ground here to be covered from some of these teams, as they are going to be pushing into the final few circles, Jay.
Yeah, and right now they're absolutely entrenched here. Currently, Genfloss is going to be very close proximity to the Maugi esports players, and now we're also going to be seeing my boy, the last surviving team member here from Bamboo Gaming. He does have Eddie Konaxi to worry about, but Miramar United definitely dividing and conquering here, as they do have 2 spots there, which are most likely going to still be inside the zone, just given the kind of priority given by the zones. But there is going to still be rotations that are needed to be made here from quite a number of the teams. Milta Power itself, of course, is still going to be quite the bastion of safety, for at least for now, until we're going to see maybe the next couple of zones is really going to start forcing them into difficult positions. Not quite complete urban fighting like what we've seen in the past, but looks like Rosita Jr. will be able to put the final person in the grave there for Maugi Esports, and they're going to be out of this game. So Buriram United, they're looking to try and solidify things there in that 2nd position, and currently we're going to have to see through Australia really have a massive game. They already have 8 kills here. They're doing fantastic in that department, but they are currently not inside the zone. They have to really plan out where they want to go. Currently, Buriram United is going to be on that western side here, next to the road, and this could be a little bit treacherous. MSC Theathon also looking to weigh down the misery, but Currently, Gigamukau with the 1 HP. He's doing what he can, but it's not going to be enough. And both him and Chomsky are going to go down. And Ronan actually managed to get a little bit of revenge here on the Godmeow, able to get out, disembark from his vehicle. Or actually, no, Ronan's all the way in the back, inside his disembark. And this is proving to be a little bit arduous as he's just trying to survive as much as he can without his team member.
Very interesting indeed to see that Fury Australia now looking towards getting a little bit of this fire onto it. But Ronan now take it out for the count, and you see that the aspiration for third spot has been eliminated for them. One more member for the side of Fury Australia is surviving in this particular situation and is going to be inside. So he has quite a bit to work for him. If he gets one elimination or two eliminations, it could prove very beneficial for him to steal away that third spot from the side of Golden Cat. Bahamut Gaming already take it out for the count here, and you see the second spot is not in favor for the side of Fury. We do think Cerebrus as well as MSC Theraton are going to be pushing it out, and this could be very interesting indeed, as DIC Gaming could be pinching onto the members of Buriram United. If they get eliminated, it gives a lot of breathing room for the side of Insight to move out. Cerebrus as well as MSC Theraton and Victim Rise right now are going to be trying to move onto it, but we are going to be focusing on the side of Buriram United. 4 members in their roster, still full functional team that could actually get quite a bit of kills here in this particular situation, as Konaxi right now going for a long range flank. Very close game here coming in, but it's going to be Eddie that will be able to take it away, but Eddie has been taken off on the count from the side of Anquan. DIC Gaming right now looking towards getting a rather aggressive gameplay here towards the side of Buriram United, as we do see that Buriram is going to be put in a hard spot here, as Konaxi is too far away from Noandra as well as Godmeow to be able to be denied the down coming in from the side of Buriram United.
Buriram United, 9 kills here on the board. Currently, DIC Gaming could offer a little bit more resistance here to their aspirations at solidifying this final game win, but they are going to be seeing DIC going to actually reset a little bit, and they're going to be all the way in, still in the main factory floor here from the small mill to power, as it's going to be a little bit awkward for them to move in. All the remaining 3 members from Buriram United are going to be waiting, lying in wait for them to try and traverse across this eastern side of the compound. There's going to be a huge amount of open ground for this current circle, so a lot of the teams, they're just going to be able to occupy on the periphery, and Anquan, you can see, is going to be going all the way around the side, really try and circumvent whatever traps and trickery that the likes of Buriram have in store. But this is still going to be anyone's game here on this side. But Buriram United still trying to use whatever advantages they can, and they're going to be able to take down Anquan, and that is going to be another nail in the coffin there for DIC. They only have the 2 players left, but they are just barely inside, lying prone against the wall.
Well, what's interesting to note is the fact that this final few circles for the 9 teams and 21 members in play is going to be a rather difficult one for those that do not have the much defilade to work with. Astra, Cerberus Esports as well, Divine, working with quite a bit of defilade and cover for themselves to actually move. DIC Gaming right now looking towards holding on to some of these tighter choke points that could serve to put members of Buriram United in a very precarious situation. 7-4 L1 right now looking towards throwing nades towards Konaxi, but it's not going to be enough. Nodra will be able to take that Clown from a very good shot here. Puchius from the side of Daytrade looking towards getting some of those shots away towards members of Buriram United, but will not be able to score any punishment towards members of Buriram. Buriram right now looking towards, members of MSC Theraton right now hiding in a cloud of smoke, looking to pushing into more and more highly advantageous real estate for them, but Konaxi will be taken out for the count from the side of 7-4 L1. Very nicely done, but it seems that Godmeow looking towards getting some revenge. 10 kills in their favor already, and it seems that members of DIC Gaming have been eliminated and relegated to the lobby. Thank you for playing, but we shall have to wait to see you again for the next season for the side of DIC Gaming. Buriram United right now getting 11 kills in their favor, some of the highest kills in this match number 5, our final match for today, and it seems that it's all about the bragging rights here, as Q Confirm is still going to be confirmed the champions for this particular matchup. But could it be that Buriram United is not happy with the amount of score that has been accrued from the side of Q Confirm, trying their best to score as much as they can heading into the final few circles of the game?
Yeah, so they're trying to catch up at whichever way that they can, but it's not going to happen. Noradra is taken down here. He's going to have to be picked up ASAP as the zone is already starting to corral the Buriram United players out from their position here on the western side. But there is still going to be MSC Theathon, who also have rotations to make themselves, as they have to cross quite a bit of terrain right now, and they just have to be a bit more cautious about the fact that the Cerberus all on that Milta power side. They're going to be able to influence things if they come up over the top. Currently, topography going to be favoring MSC Theathon just a little bit, but when Cerberus, they also have to move. This is going to put them in a spot where they're going to be able to have that angle available for them. But now, it looks like Buriram United trying to get away, but you're not going to be able to outsmart all these shots coming out here. But they're so fortunate that they managed to get at least inside the zone. Now, though, not going to be able to get into a little bit more of a better angle of the vehicle. They couldn't use it as cover until now, so Noradra will continue, and he's exactly who you want to try and sustain for your team, to really try and grind out whatever points that you can. But he's going to at the very least, have his teammates extra utility available to him. Not much in the way of smoke grenades, though, and that is exactly what he needs to be able to extend his life expectancy.
Very interesting indeed, as Victim Rise has been in this type of spot here, and we do see some really good shots here coming in from the side of Linksy to the side of Basil. Basil down for the count, and he is going to be eliminated from this game. Smell, the last surviving member for the side of Cerberus Esports. No kill whatsoever, and it seems that Nikos, with some blind sprays, will be able to damage Smell slightly, but will not be able to punish him too much. Noadra, I do totally agree with you, Jay. You want Noadra to be the last surviving member to get a crazy amount of kills. He is one of the highest damage dealers for the side of Buriram United, as we are going to go into the final few stages of this game. 6 teams, 12 players in play. Day Trade as well as MSC Theathon and members of Astra. Oh, but no! Smell is going to get taken down from Linksy. Beautiful nade onto the legs, onto the side of Smell, and Smell will be relegated towards the lobby. It is going to be a 5-way matchup here between Buriram United, MSC Theathon, Divine, Day Trade, as well as Astra.
Yeah, right now things are getting absolutely claustrophobic here, but it looks like Astra might have some decent positioning, but they have to see, do they want to be able to try and clear out the likes of MSC Theathon? It looks as though that they are coming in guns blazing, and that's going to prompt Janku to rotate around the side. The firing squad is ready, and I think that the likes of Astra, they kind of know what could be happening over there, and realize that they don't actually need to force this fight all that much. They just have to make sure that they don't come up over the top. And looking at this kind of parkour that's going on here for Nikos, he's going to have some great angles, but look who's got the angles. It's going to be Flash. He's going to be able to pick up Elonic like he's not even there, and straight away moving on to the next one here. They're trading long-range blows, but Fruit Damage is also dealing with that. Noradra is actually going to expire outside the zone here, not going to be able to contribute to any of the other team scores, and now it looks like MSC Theathon players, they're going to be able to punish Zoidmate coming up over the top, but Kutris is going to be able to continue what Flash started. He takes down Rosade Jr. and finishes off Janku, but now it's going to be a 3-way battle here as Nico's looking to make use of that vantage point. He's going to be able to take down the Day Trade Gaming player in quick fashion. Nikki is still alive there as a solo squad member there for Divine Esports. This 3-way battle is looking like it's going to be in favor of Astra, but it's going to be Divine bowing out in 3rd position.
Day Trade as well as Astra are going to be fighting it out, and it seems that numbers advantage is going to be towards the members of Astra. Astra right now has the high ground advantage as well as the defilade advantage with a lot of natural cover. It seems that Linksy right now is going to be acting out as much of his long range advantage as he could, and it seems that the closer it is, the amount of cover and choices for cover for the side of Day Trade is more limited compared to members of Astra. Astra right now is a little bit more clumped up together, but it seems that they can't afford this problem. They can't afford this decision, mainly because of the amount of natural cover that they have to work with. It's a lot harder for Day Trade to actually fight off and move up from from low ground into high ground. So I do believe that Nikos could actually be very proactive indeed, take the vehicle and actually push off. We do see smokes there being pushed off, and the sound cues is definitely going to be working in their favor. Linksy being able to take out Flash, and could this be Astra being able to get that last final kill? Mighty right now is going to be it, but no, it's not going to be enough, as Astra will be able to score that final chicken dinner for themselves with 10 kills in their pocket.
Excellent plays coming out there from the Australians and New Zealanders, as they're going to be able to put those finishing touches there on our match number 20. And a great way to end here, as we did see some incredible circles really make it an absolute pleasure for all of us to watch. So let's take a look at the match results, ladies and gentlemen, and see how many points everyone managed to contribute in that final round. Astra will get that 20 points there. Birmingham United getting the 14. Noradra not able to sustain into the later stages, but they still managed to get the highest number of kills in the game. 11 going to be carrying them forward further up the standings. Daytrade Gaming is going to have 12 points here. Decent round for them. Unfortunately, maybe a little bit too late. And MSC Theathon, they're going to get the 9 points. We haven't really quite seen enough from them, I feel, in this game. And yeah, that kind of shone through towards the end, where they were playing maybe a little bit too passive, waiting for Astra to take them down. Fury Australia, they're going to get that 5th spot, 8 points, together with Divine Esports. Victim Rising Golden Cat going to round out the top 8. And on 3 points, we do have Q Confirm, DIC Gaming, both going to get just a little bit from this game. Cerberus Cerberus Esports, Carnage, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Gearbox, Bamu Gaming, and Malgi Esports going to be rounding out our 16 teams.
Now, there isn't that much surprise as who is going to be our champions. Just take a look at our overall leaderboards, and let's take a look as we end our PUBG Continental Series with our champions. Q Confirmed with a total of 183 points. Birmingham United with a close second with 151 points. And Golden Cat rounding off our top 3 with 134 points, making it an all-Thailand affair for the top 3 biggest winners for the PUBG Continental Series. But not too far behind is going to be Fury. Despite their valiant efforts, a minus of 1 point is definitely going to be rather disappointing for the side of Fury, but they did try their best, living up to the name of Fury. Cerberus Esports with 128 points in total, MSC Theathon with 125, Gearbox with a total of 111 points, and Daytrade Gaming rounding off our top 8. Our lower 8 is going to be Victim Rise. Unfortunately for them, due to that final few games, they will be relegated towards the lower half of the leaderboards, alongside with Astra, Divine Esports, DIC Gaming, Malgi Esports, Carnage, Bahamut Gaming, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter to round off our total leaderboard for day number 4, our final day for the PUBG Continental Series APAC Region J.
And a huge congratulations to Q Confirm for a titanic performance there, and a measure of consistency that is going to set the bar for a lot of these teams for some time to come. And we've not seen such a dominant performance in quite some time at this level of competition, and it's been an absolute joy to see them strut their stuff. But the other teams there, they look as though that they really have got something going as well. They just need to try and go back to the drawing board and make sure that they can still come out with it in the end. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a winner's interview with Q Confirm. So we'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we'll be presenting to you the winner's interview here from the PCS1 APAC, and we'll be seeing you right after that in just a few minutes.
안녕하세요.
大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG e스포츠 대회.
vòng khu vực APAC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS1 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
We'll kick off June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
请大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
PCS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm PCS1 และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับกระดาษทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PCS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
你哋想唔想更加認識我哋 Team Cursor 呢？
If you click the esports tab for our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG esports.
记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。
Stay home and watch PUBG esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG e-sport.
Bli hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic four-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your chute. Finally, the esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in, check out everything new. Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
Hi. Hi, Q confirm. Hi. Hi, audience. Just like what we said. Let's see the interview with Q confirm. Hello. Hello, Q confirm. QC got the championship. We and QC are waiting for the interview with you. Hi. We don't know if it's delayed. I'll give you the chance to ask him first. So firstly, there's translation within this interview, so please introduce yourselves. Me? Hi, I'm Guide. My name in the game is Suvit. My name is Man. My game name is Zhao Man. Jayers. Jem and James. Now it's your turn, Bomb. Hi, I'm Bomb. What's this for? Oh, they asked you to interview. So first question. The same question. Is it difficult? Okay, again. How is it difficult to play among APAC continents? On a scale of 1 to 10. Difficulty? For this program, out of 10, I think it's 10 because it's really hard. But because we did a lot of research and we played with other countries, so we absorbed a lot. How about other people? Can you tell us how difficult it was? It's difficult because Thai players are good.
แล้วเจมส์กับเจเยอร์ล่ะครับผม
How about James and Jayers? It's difficult because for other countries we never met before and we were not used to their gameplay. How about James?
ยากเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมเขาก็เป็นที่1ที่2ของแต่ละโซนมา
It's difficult because for other teams there are top 1 and 2 as well, so they're good themselves. How about you guys? Please ask them. So we'll continue. So they introduce themselves now. So let's see the positions of each of them. So what's your position? So for me, our team, it's like we can be, all of us can be in-game. So we'll see which way is better, so we'll go that way. And then we'll make a decision. I'll make a decision whether to go right or left. So everybody can become in-game leaders. Because in-game leaders need to lead. Just like he said, to go left, but if Xiaoman and Sufit don't believe, then that's a problem. So the important thing is they believe in themselves. So that's another interesting technique. So one more question. Let me ask if, so you've been in the first place since day 1. So when did you realize yourselves that you got the first place? Probably the 4th game of today. That we got the leading points, like 40 leading points. So we thought that they wouldn't be able to chase us. How about the kill feed? How precise do you think you are out of 100%? 50-50. There are good days and bad days, depending on the concentration at that time. How about the practice? I'm not sure if I summarize it right, but for you guys, you play separately. But sometimes in this tournament, you play together as well. So for the practice, how did you practice in order to use this technique? This question was a bit... So let's say last program that we missed out, most of the time it was not full of us together. So we talked a lot, like how to have all of us together. So after 3 or 4 games, we won't be separated. Because they can see each other. So that's a good technique that they practiced. So one question that fans are curious about. Normally, you guys lose one person before making a score. Is it like a coincidence or is it intentional? Just in order to scout. Actually, it's an accident. It's not in the plan. It's more like our bad part is if we encounter a team that drives, like all of them drive the cars, we cannot back out. We cannot go back. So that's the point. Normally, James would get shot often. Your turn. I'd like to know, like, 4 of you guys, how do you guys see the position and the strengths of each person? Please please tell the strengths of each person in terms of playing this game,
อัน
PUBG.
นี้ถามไกด์ให้แกตอบ3 คนเลยใช่ไหมพี่โค
Can I tell all
ถ้าเป็น
three?
เจเยอร์เนี่ยผมมอง
So
ว่า
for Jayers, I
เป็นคนที่
think
หา position ได้เก่ง
he's good at
และมุม
finding
ได้
the
ดีครับ
position,
แล้วก็
and he finds a good
ผม
angle.
ก็ไม่อยากพูด
He's listening, so I don't want to say much.
คือเวลาผมคือปกติเวลาผมอยู่กับมันผมจะไม่ค่อยชม
Normally,
เพราะว่ามันจะแบบมันจะเหลือ
when I'm with him, I don't normally compliment.
มันเป็นคนที่หาตำแหน่งได้เก่งและเป็นคนที่
He's good at finding the position,
ได้เฉียบแบบ
and
ในผมมองว่า
he can read the time right.
ได้เก่งที่สุดครับในทีม
So he's the best of us in terms of reading the time. For James,
ถ้าถามว่าใครแม่นสุดผมว่าผมให้เจมส์เป็นคนที่แม่นที่สุดครับ
James is the best one actually
แบบว่าแม่นล้วนๆเลย
for being precise.
แล้วก็เจ้าแมนจะเป็นอารมณ์
For เจ้าแมน
เจ้าแมนนี่เหมือนเป็นอินเกม
He's
2อะพี่เป็นอินเกม
he's like the second in game
ทุกแมตช์เลยพี่อารมณ์เหมือนกับว่า
for every match.
ใช่ครับได้ช่วยคิดตลอด
He's like the Cole in game,
ทุกตำแหน่งเลย
and he can also
เขา
scout.
จะเล่นเกินหน้าที่ตลอดเจ้าแมนครับ
He always plays more than his actual position.
ก็มาถึงตรงนี้แล้วเจเยอร์เจมส์แปลกตั้ง
So let me ask a bit more. How about Guide?
ตัวเองหน่อยตัวเองหน่อย
How about Guide yourself?
พูดถึงทุกคนหมดแล้ว
Because you talked about everybody. Gentlemen, please say something about Guide.
พี่ไกด์ครับ
พูดดีๆนะ
For Guide.
บอกก่อนเลย
มันมี
Say it
มี
well.
เมื่อวานครับพี่เมื่อวาน
So yesterday.
เมื่อวานก่อนครับ
No, the
พี่ไกด์
day before yesterday.
ฆ่าคนอื่นครับแบบว่า
He didn't
พี่ไกด์แบบว่า
let us kill other people. He said,
ฆ่าได้แต่ว่าพี่ไกด์ไม่ให้ฆ่า
go back out. Like we could kill them, but he didn't allow us to. He always stopped us.
เจเยอร์บ้างล่ะจุดเด่นของการ
How about the other two?
เจ๊ก่อนเลย อ๋อสำหรับพี่ไกด์เหรอพี่ผมว่าพี่ไกด์เขาจะ
So
แบบ
for Guide,
เป็นคนเล่นแบบละเอียดแล้วก็
he's very detailed,
ไม่ค่อย
and he's not so daring.
ครับผมเจเยอร์ครับเจมส์
How about
ไกด์
James?
เขาชอบติ่มครับแล้วก็ชอบดุ
For Guide, he's like a coward.
ชอบให้พวกผมไปฆ่าคนอื่นแต่พี่ไกด์เขามีการตัดสินใจที่เด็ดขาดครับ
But he's very good at making a decision.
เรียกให้เราเขาก็แบบว่าไม่อยากให้เราไม่อยากให้เราตาย
He just doesn't want us to die. So
ผมแค่อยากให้ทีมอยู่4อะพี่อะไรประมาณนี้นะครับ
I just want 4 of us to stay together until the
เจ
end.
มส์เจเยอร์เจ้าแมนมองว่าแบบ
James Jayers, Xiaoman, see that Guy doesn't want to go out to shoot.
มองว่าเป็นข้อดีของทีมเลยไหม
It's actually a good point
อยากจะเล่นแบบ aggressive กว่านี้
for Guide.
ผมว่ามันเป็นข้อดีครับเพราะแต่ก่อนที่พี่ไกด์จะมาอยู่
It's a good point.
ห้าวเลยอะแล้วก็ตายกันรัวๆมันจะไม่พอ
Normally,
พี่ไกด์มามันแบบเหมือนมันลงตัว
without Guide before, we would just go and just
ก็เป็น
go out and then we would die.
จะเห็นว่าแบบมันค่อนข้างจะลงตัว
Like you can see now that they are very balanced. So let's follow up the previous question regarding playing PUBG or regarding the competition.
คุณคิดว่าเกม PUBG เนี่ยอะไรคือจุดสำคัญที่สุดในการเล่นแบบแข่งขัน e-sport นะครับ
What do you think is
การยิง
the best point,
ดวงหรืออะไรต่างๆเนี่ย
the most important point in terms of playing PUBG game?
สำหรับผมนะครับถ้ามุมมองผม
For me,
เล่นยังไงเล่นให้สนุกครับอย่า
I would say like how to play the game,
ทอนจิตใจกันใน
like
ทีมคือสมมุติว่า
fun, how to make it fun. Do not bash other people.
เราก็ต้องค่อยบอกเขาอย่าไปใช้
Do not bash, like, so let's say there is like
ในมุมมองของผมนะ
a teammate that's not good in the team, so give them support, not just bash them.
เพราะเวลาผม
For me,
ไม่เคยว่าครับ
when I die, nobody like
ไม่รู้เลยตาย
talks bad to me.
ก็คือสอนการเลือกการสอน
Normally, you guys teach each other. Just give guidance.
PUBG สปอร์ตเจมส์เจเยอร์เหรอครับผม
How about James and Jayers?
ของผมก็เล่นให้สนุกครับ
For me,
มีความสุขกับทีมแล้วก็
to play it
ส่วนที่
fun.
สำคัญในการแข่งสำหรับผมคิดว่า
The important point
ยิ่งเรารู้เยอะ
is news.
เท่าไหร่เราก็เล่นง่าย
News is important. The more we know, the easier it can be. It's about the game news. How about James?
ความไว้ใจกันครับผมเชื่อใจเพื่อนร่วมทีมครับ
Like trusting each other, trusting the teammates. Yeah, that's important.
อะไรเงี้ยทำตามพอ
So when in-game orders just follow.
มาครับ
How about
คิวคอนเฟิร์ม
Arts?
นะก็ด้วยความที่เรารู้
Q confirm?
ว่าแต่ละคนเนี่ยตัวทีมเนี่ย
I've already known that
นะครับ
each of you guys.
ของวันนี้ครับก่อนที่จะเริ่มแข่งวันเนี้ย
So for you guys, before you started the game, how ready were
หรือ
you?
ว่าแบบตายระดับหน้าหรือว่าเจอสถานการณ์เฉพาะหน้าเอาเลยครับ
Or
ถามทั้งทีม
is
นะ
it like you look forward to whatever that's gonna
จะ
happen?
เริ่มเกมแรกของวันนี้
Were you guys like pressured before the game started?
มีคนนอนไม่หลับครับ
One person couldn't sleep last night.
แกนอนไม่หลับเลยคือ
Guide, I couldn't sleep.
มันใช่หลับไม่ลงครับมัน
I couldn't
เราไม่ได้
sleep.
อยู่ที่2ที่3นะพี่แต่เราอยู่ข้างบนนะ
We were not like in the second or third place, but we were on top, so we don't know when they would catch up.
ไม่อยากให้มัน
So
เสี่ยงอะพี่แบบ
I tried to make them play safe. I don't want to
สามารถถ่ายไว้
let them risk.
ในเมื่อกดดันขนาดนี้แล้ว
So let's
เปิด
just
เกมแรก
have a
มา
follow-up.
บุรีรัมย์คว้าแชมป์
Because first game, Miramar United got the championship. How was the situation within the team during the first game, after the first game?
กำหมัดเลยนะพี่
I was holding my fist
กำหมัดแบบว่ามันมีน้องคนหนึ่งที่ผมไม่บอกแล้วกันว่ามันเป็น
because there was one person I wouldn't
โก
tell.
ดังใหญ่ๆมีบ้านที่อยู่วงเข้ามาหาเราแต่มันมีคนหนึ่งที่ออกไปอยู่
That was like a place for us to hide, but there was one person, I wouldn't tell who. They went out
ก็ยังดึงฟิลกลับมาได้ใช่ไหม
and died, but I let it go.
ไม่เป็นไรหรอกวงเข้าเราก็ช่างมันแค่นั้นเองครับพี่
Just, it's okay, never mind. But I was holding my fist at that time. I got it, I got what you're saying. But it's a good point. Because if you lost the first game and then you just let out your anger, then the teammates would definitely be affected by that. So that's a good point that you were holding yourself. So it's the external factors, like fans and supporters. How much do they affect you guys or have the influence on you guys?
ผมเหรอ
Jay, please say something.
มีส่วนสำคัญมากครับเพราะว่า
I think it's very important
ไม่ดีผมก็ไม่เคยโดน
because either I play well or bad.
ทำให้พวกผมรู้สึกแย่เลยก็มีแต่กำลังใจ
Like fans never make me feel bad. I just get the support from them.
โอ้โหพร้อม
ฮะเบาเบาเบาเบา
ตามไปโดน
เบาเบา
Easy, guys.
ในการให้
Chill.
กำลังใจเราแล้วน่ารักไม่ว่าคุณจะเล่นแย่คุณจะเล่นครับเขาไม่เคยมาทำให้แบบคุณไม่
So no matter good or bad, they don't let them down.
ไม่มีประเด็นอยู่แล้วธรรมดาอยู่แล้ว
Because when you play well, there's nothing. It's nothing. But when you play bad, that they give support, that's very nice.
ขอบคุณกองเชียร์ที่เขาเชียร์พวกคุณ
So please thank your supporters
ทีละคนเลย
ขอบคุณที่
one by one.
เชียร์คิว
Thank
คอนเฟิ
you
ร์มตั้งแต่วันที่
for supporting Q Confirm
25
since
25แล้ว
the 25th.
ขอบคุณนะครับที่เชียร์ตั้งแต่วันแรก
So for 4 days,
ขอบคุณมากเลยนะครับ
thank you so much for supporting us for 4 days.
ไปต่อ
Love. So next,
ครับขอบคุณครับที่
hi. Thank you
เชียร์ผมมาตั้งแต่วันแรกยัน
for
วันนี้เลยครับ
supporting us from the first day to the last day. Please stay with us and cheer us.
ขอบคุณสำหรับกำลังใจนะครับพวกเรา
Thank
จะ
you
มาถึง
for
จุด
the
นี้ได้เลย
support.
ขาดกำลังใจดีๆขอบคุณมากครับ
We would have never made it here without the support.
ขอบคุณกำลังใจทุกคนด้วยนะ
Thank you for the support
ผม
from
ไม่รู้พูดอะไร
everybody.
ทุกคนพูดไปหมดแล้ว
I don't know what to say because everybody has said it. Your smile just made everything alright already.
โอเคครับก็ขอบคุณคิวคอนเฟิร์มและขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับสำหรับ
So congratulations Q Confirm
ที่พวกเขาได้
for making the first place in this APAC continent.
พี่บูพี่อาร์ตด้วยนะครับ
Thank you guys.
สวัสดีครับ
See you.
สวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณทุกท่านเลยนะครับผม
Goodbye. See you.
And those were the winning words of Q Confirm, and it seems that humility as well as support, and I believe that
a need to effectively communicate and stay positive throughout the entire tournament was one of the mindsets that goes to show that why they are champions. And I feel that that rings true for a lot of players, especially in the esports community. I feel that they put themselves through a heavy amount of pressure, and I feel that that can be shown in their overall gameplay, Jay. And one of those things that I feel is really important is that positive mindset to just keep pushing out. And they have to deal with quite a bit of haters on the outside commenting some really mean things. I don't think they need to have that kind of atmosphere within the team. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. And I think that, the kind of environment that they manage to foster for themselves definitely helps each of them to support one another to become strong pillars, which are going to be able to carry them forward no matter where they go. And they seem like a great bunch of guys, so humble and everything. And I feel that, they've gone from leaps and bounds, to really pull themselves together, to be able to overcome adversity. Even if there's toxicity, is great to know that, they are not going to be too swayed by that. And I think that, these are all like the hallmarks of any esport professional. These are the things that, will inadvertently happen, and the cream always rises to the top, so I have to really commend Q Confirm. They have, all weighed in quite well one another. I mean, how many times did we comment on their damage contributions being so relatively even throughout the game, and that just goes to show the interchangeability, the kind of trust that they put in each other, giving each other opportunities to be able to create some more. And then in the end, that has really drawn them to a close. And you heard what they said. They thought that they didn't feel that they won the competition until end of match number 4 today. That is the only time when they managed to open up a 40-point buffer over the competition.
And I guess it goes to show that a lack of complacency and always having the competitive spirit goes a long way. And I feel that that's the mindset that separates your average esports player and your one in a billion esports champions. And Q Confirm, aside from a fantastic personal and collective mechanical expertise, they also have that mindset that keeps pushing them forward. And I feel that a lot of us can learn by quite a bit. But I guess we would be enough. I think it would be enough for us to say that the praises cannot be sung enough for a team like Q Confirm. However, let us sing a few praises for all the other teams, from first place all the way to 16th place. They were able to show great determination, and we totally understand that it could be very disappointing for some of them to be where they are in the overall leaderboard. However, there is a lot of opportunities for them to improve, and I feel that in the future we are going to see more and more competitive spirit from a lot of these teams.
Absolutely. And the silver lining for everyone else, of course, is that they are indeed here. This is the best of the best of APAC. To be able to duke it out on this stage is already a big achievement in its own right, and I think we talked over the course of the last 2 weeks, that these teams, they have, there's a mixture of experienced teams at this level and those which are just making their entrance here. And, everyone has to start somewhere, and we're seeing a lot of these teams putting in a lot of that grit and determination, as you said, to be able to get the results that they want. They just have to make sure that, they continue to maintain that level of focus and able to really persevere through experiences like this and take the positives, learn from it, and be able to return back stronger. There's always going to be another one coming up on the horizon. And right now, it is Q Confirm's day. We've seen good performances here and there from the teams, whether it's Buriram United, whether it's Cerberus, whether it's Victim Rise. Everyone has had their chance to be in the spotlight, and now they have come away with this as having these kind of life lessons that are going to propel them into the future. And I can't wait to see how these guys are going to respond and come back even stronger.
With that being said, we're about to call an end to our broadcast. Do you have any closing words for the fans who are watching right now, Jay, before we sign off?
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We really appreciate you guys coming, joining us on the stream, supporting PUBG esports, and of course, just being awesome sports fans in general. And of course, those of you who also bought some of the in-game skins, big thanks to you guys as well for helping these esports players as well. You have been an absolute massive boost to everyone else. And just as a final note from myself, again, thank you, PUBG and Geek Events, for making all of this possible. And you've been an amazing co-caster as well, Hound. Looking forward to the next one that we're going to have together.
Well, it's definitely a fantastic opportunity. I would like to thank everyone that was involved, whether it was on the screen, whether it was in gameplay, or whether it was behind here in front of us on the broadcast. It has been a wonderful and fantastic experience. I guess that should be all from me. Remember to join us again when we do come back for more PUBG action. Until then, he's Jay and I am Hound, and we'll see you again for the next one. Till then, never be game over. We'll see you again soon.